Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for. Okay, sorry about that, guys. You heard me in YouTube. I just thank you, Torty. Okay, I got to do it again for our the main room. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the pre-market show, the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, August the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. Thank you, Green, and thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room, so you guys can hear me, see my screen. All right, what's happening this morning? Well, the market's in for a little bit of a bump, not much, but a little bit of a bump. Market's up, SPY's up one. Let's take a look at some of the individual stocks. Before I keep going, CXAI is the trade of the week. CXAI is the trade of the week, considered live at 262. Okay, so considered live at 262. So how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. Now, some of the big movers this morning, MRM, you can see right at the very top here, MRM through the 200-day moving average, trading higher after the company announced that its subsidiary Metarum Mother Labs formed a capital and business alliance with NFES Technologies. So that is the reason. And of course, it's a very low float, 3 million in the float. So that's the real reason. This is a Japanese company, through the 200-day moving average. So obviously keeping an eye on this one today, MRM. PWM trading higher after the company announced. So they were buying a company, entered into a definitive acquisition agreement to purchase all shares of SPW Global. So that's not normal that this happens. Usually the acquiring company doesn't do something like this unless I'm reading this wrong. So, but it's up 126%. Another one that is very low float, 6.3 million in the float. Where is Mira? MIRA trading higher after the company announced a recent preclinical study in rats demonstrated that it's okay, etc. I can't see what. Culminating in a 100% normalization of pain thresholds. Okay, I don't know what stage they're at. And again, another, these are low floats, 10.9 million in the float. ASST. Another cheap one, another low float. Don't see any news on this one. I don't actually see any news on this one. ALAR. Wow, this one has got hammered down. ALAR. This is an earnings play. Israeli company, earnings play, down 24%. And another one through the 200-day moving average. So that is through the 200-day moving average, ALAR. Okay, this is popping in here, guys. CING, this is, of course, active last week. CING is just popping in here. Yeah, so look at this move now, CING. Volume is starting to pick up. Low float. High of last week. High of Friday. Sorry, high of Friday was 1086. So this is not new news. Sorry. Okay, that's not new news. I thought it was today's news, but I don't see any news on this one today. CING. The China stock. I'm seeing some of the China stocks weakening. There's JD. JD are trading lower in sympathy with PDD holdings after the company. Okay, so this is not an earnings play, but I think they have a stake in PDD. So let's take a look at PDD. Where are you? There you are, PDD. So this is actually an earnings play, I guess. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. not out of, I don't, okay, I don't quite get this. So JD, which is a China stock, I guess they've got some kind of an investment in this Irish stock, PDD. Let me take a look at PDD again. I'm wondering if it's just for tax purposes. I mean, it's founded by, yeah, well, obviously there's a China connection. It's headquartered in Dublin, but that may be for tax purposes. Anyway, PDD is dragging down JD. RR, yeah, there you are. RR is still up 27%. Oh, right. This is the one where they posted a promotional video on Twitter saying, shh, we can't reveal much, but it's going to be a big one. Gosh, keep your eyes peeled. Okay, well, we're keeping our eyes peeled, guys. So the next high, looking left on the daily chart, is around 188. And if we can break through that, the next high is 259 on the daily chart. LAXT, let's see, LAXT, I think it's starting to drift down. LAXT, yeah, I had a big pop up here, 366. So the reason for that one was begins their first patient dosing in new clinical trial. Low float, 1.8 million in the float. Now, let's take a look at this one, see if this has any sort of a rebound in it. It's up 34%. This was a wild one on Friday. UBXG, UBXG. So there's a ways to go to get up to Friday's high. But anyway, there's UBXG having a little bit of, well, it's a big bounce, 35%. 10 million shares have traded already. The float is 15 million. And just one last little recap. I know the audit has not been completed yet, but looks like Spanky is our winner. You know, I had to leave early, unfortunately, on Friday, and I think, but I did glimpse a little, maybe around 3:15, 3:20. I was able to check my phone. Looked like somebody. I'm not sure if it was. I'm not sure who it was. Came within about $7,000. It looked really tight, and then Spanky pulled away at the end. That, of course, is our contest that we had that ran from Wednesday to Friday of last week. Yeah, I thought that's what I thought, Spanky. He got within a few. I think it was Oliver's friend, I believe. I think it might have been the PRTG trade. I think that's what it was. Speaking of which, yeah, okay. So actually, so this is actually an earnings play now today. PRTG is actually an earnings play. Sedge, I'm hearing, guys. SEDG, I'm hearing. Solar play. And CMPS getting close to the 200-day moving average. Excuse me, the green line on my daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average. All right, guys, time is 9:10, so I think I'll take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Again, we're in for a modest open. Market's up a little bit. Morning, Casa. So the SEDG, the CEO resigned. Okay. All right, guys. Well, as expected with what's happening overseas, 100% XLE. So first of all, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF. Just letting my computer quiet down a little bit. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% of them, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% means. And as I say, we're in for a modest open in terms of a little spike up. Technology stocks though, 63% are down. Now again, it doesn't mean that they're cratering. It just means that a stock could be down 0.00001%, and it's going to be in the red. See if there's anything else interesting. Now, what I want to do. So the market had a whoops. I want to do that. The market had a big rip on Friday, of course. So let's take a look at XLE now with respect to the 200-day moving average. So okay, so XLE, yeah, so starting to move away from the 200-day moving average. It was the only major sector that was really close. You can see that green line there. On Friday, started to move away, and of course, with oil prices rising today, this is another move away from that 200-day moving average. And you can see that U.S. oil, USO, as an ETF watch, U.S. oil, OIH. Of course, that's a oil services ETF, XOP, XLE. So right now, energy stocks, they're the big ones so far today. I'll just take a look at consumer discretionary. I know they're all starting to move away from the 200-day moving average again. Yeah, so there's that one. All right, guys, take a look at anything else that's now not too many earnings plays, of course. We do have ALAR, we have DQ, of course, the PDD, TCOM. Let's take a look at TCOM, see if there's anything interesting with this one. TCOM, China stock, not really. It's basically flat right now. Did have a pop up here, 43.37, but it has been sliding. Probably with like if you take a look at just take a look at KWEB, which is a China ETF, the one I use anyway. So China stocks are, weak. KWEB actually that's pretty bad, 3.3%. So you can see on the daily chart, you can see it's below all this now. So the China stocks are definitely weakening today. And CNPS, yeah, CNPS continues to move up. through the 200-day moving average now. The last time we looked, it was right at the 200-day moving average. I do not see any specific reason for it. I'm looking at some headlines. Other than, wait a minute, is this Oppenheimer? Or, yeah, Wainwright. Wainwright, yeah, putting a $120 price target on CNPS. Why not? I'm hearing Redfin now, RDFN making a move. Yeah, Redfin making a move. RDFN. See if there's any news on this one. Redfin reports. This was at, well, this morning. Starter homes emerge as bright spot as mortgage rates settle near 15-month low. Okay, so I guess that is the reason for RDFN moving higher. Just look at some of these other ones, guys. Just want to see if there's any. So there's that Sedge. So CASA reported that the CEO, news of CEO departure. There you are. Yeah. So obviously, this is a popular move. Tough on the guy's ego to see the stock popping 10% when he announces his departure. And that is SEDG. It's, see, where could this keep going? Now, the next high looks like they're on 32.18, 32.11, actually, 32.11. If you look left on the daily chart for SEDG, that is the next high. So that is an area in which it could stall. You can take a look on the weekly chart too, kind of in an area where it could stall. A lot of shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. Okay, little cheap oil play or energy play, Indo, again, moving with a lot of the energy stocks today. No specific reason for it, of course. Well, I can give you a video on how to do it. Okay, I can't explain it step by step, but here's a video. Do I still have that video? Question how to connect IB to Trade Ideas. Like, so you want to use Trade Ideas to trade? Like within Trade Ideas, is that what you want? Talking to things to do in Hawaii. Okay, well, go to my homepage. Okay, and then there's go to my homepage. Whoops, sorry, wrong. All right, so go to my homepage and go to the guide. So scroll down until you see the education section. Here's the education section here, and click on the user guide, and then there should be a whole section on Brokerage Plus. Okay, and that should help. Okay, broker connections right here. Maybe this one will help too. Broker connections right here. That's probably more how to connect to IB. Okay. Yeah, yes. Get word about William. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So broker connections is what you want. Thank you, Pepe. And if you're feeling better, ah, excellent, excellent. Okay. Boomer, welcome, Boomer. What I would do also, Boomer, if you're a premium subscriber, in order to watch to see what the AI is going to, what sort of AI alerts we do get today. This is all I would watch. Okay, this screen right here. Okay, and how to get that screen. It says Strategy Trades All. If you click on New from the toolbar, and you'll notice we've got three that start off with, hopefully you're seeing my screen and you can hear me. We've got three that start off with Premium AI, and pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, when you click on that, this is going to load. You may have different columns, but this is the idea. And the other thing is, I would make sure in the filter box it says none. Okay, it probably has profitable trades checked. I would uncheck that. I would want to see the alerts all day long, regardless of where they are. Okay. Next thing is, notice this is blank, and you will not get any alerts until at least 9:40, as by design. Okay, because we will get anything at 9:40, 10 minutes after the market opens, all times Eastern. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, yeah, CING is on the march here. CING is on the march. So now CING is above Friday's high. Friday's high was at 1087, or at least it was. It was. It popped up 11 to 1120, and then the next high after that is 1241. So very active right now. I mean, I just have to chuckle. Okay, I mean, okay, Zach Small Cap Research gives the stock a $70 price valuation. That is for CING. So I'm using so Gokhan. Question is, where do I get my news window? I'm using Interactive Brokers, okay? Interactive Brokers. So that is the news source from Interactive Brokers. If you have IB, I think it's really good, for a new service that's included in a brokerage platform, so you're not paying extra. I think it's pretty darn good. If you don't have Interactive Brokers, I mean, I'm sure that brokerage platforms must have some kind of a headline news like IB. They can't be the only ones. All right, guys, I'm going to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and ready. So, That didn't work out very well. There we go. Okay. Just give me a moment. I'm just rearranging things on my other monitor. Okay, I am now all set up for today. The layout that I'm going to use. Rich, okay. Well, that's the only way to win a contest. That's for sure. You've got to do some crazy things. So Bitcoin, yeah, you guys are talking about Bitcoin. I do see that Bitcoin's a little bit weak today. I mean, it's off $400. Perfect circle. Good morning in our YouTube room. So, guys, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Not that everything has settled down, of course, after 15, but certainly it's a little more settled. I think that's me. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. I'm just some of my thumbnail charts. Just taking a look at Mira, MIRA. I should add. I wonder how this one's going to do this week. This really surprised me last week. The FFIE down 9% now, so maybe that's it. Well, it's having a little bit of a lift here. A little bit of a lift. Nothing spectacular yet, but a bit of a lift. See how this LR is doing, ALAR. When we're down some one of the few earnings plays today through the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, we've got less than wow, we're open. Sorry, we are now open for business. I miss William and his alert for me. So, hey guys, market just is open. Well, the 9:30 session has started. So let's see what's happening. I did see XPAV. Okay, XPAV. I think the CEO took a really big stake in it. after the CEO increases his stake in the company. Okay, so there was some news for XPEV, XPEV. Give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, please, guys. I just have one thing I have to do. It's going to take about 45 seconds. Put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so GovX, Mpox Play. I didn't see any news about Mpox this morning, but there's GovX, GOVX. Okay, Mira on the move here, guys, a little bit. Mira, MIRA on the move a little bit. Wow, VRAP's on the way down. Okay, VRAC's a pretty big candle to start here, guys, on a 3 minute. Pretty big candle. OBLG. I didn't see OBLG at all. Let me take a look. OBLG. If it's flatlining, no, it's a reverse split announced. So it's a reverse split. 826, that's today. Yeah. So a 1 for 40 reverse split. All right, guys, my computer seems to be acting up a little bit more today. Hey, LIXT, big pullback though, big pullback. Up to 367, right back down to $2. Still up 12%, but that is a big pullback. Yeah, Mira giving it up. MIRA giving it up now. So Homelander, Homelander. Now that guy is the scariest guy on TV. Anyway, you can find all the scans that I'm currently sharing. So on my homepage, Homelander, I love saying that, Homelander. If you click on my homepage link, I can go over this in more detail, my homepage, etc. later on. But the middle section right here, my scans, okay? So for instance, there is the race that you're seeing. I do have a couple other races that I am sharing, but here's the races I'm displaying. Here's the Halls resumes right there. Momentum scan is here, and the Upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay. I have other stands I'm sharing, but these are the ones you can actually see. Okay. Peloton. So Peloton, man, oh man. I mean, I gotta hand it to it. Peloton is still on the move here, guys. PTON is still on the move. At earnings on Thursday surprised everybody. Held on Friday. I thought we'd see a big drop, not a big drop necessarily, but a fade on Friday, but nope. And it's still doing well after its earnings play. Now, Sedge after the pop has really dropped now. So Sedge after the pop up on the CEO departure is now really starting to give it up. It dropped $32 down to 28, 28. Wow, that is a big drop now. And you can see on the go no go scan that would have been an alert right here at 28.35 on the go no go scan. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a long time. FNGR, that used to be a super active one. Haven't seen this one in a long time though. FNGR. Remember this one? Now, if I click on a monthly chart, you're going to see what I'm talking about. See, got up to $6. All right, PWN. So we've got a couple of here are our first halts of the week. Drug DRUG. Halted. Okay, got halted on the way up. And how about PWM? Halted on the way up also. Let's take a look at drug DRUG. So I'll show you this screen, this window here. This blue window you're seeing here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Zero to do with trade ideas. This is Clement Sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price for drug 158. This column is trying to give you a bit of a glimpse as to where it could open. So 165, so a little bit above. Doesn't have to hold, of course, this price. And typically, if you're unfamiliar with halts, typically they are 5-minute halts, and they're volatility halts. Stock moves up too quickly in a short period of time. Too quickly, basically, too quickly. The program kicks in to halt the stock, sort of a breather. Usually, they are 5-minute halts, and usually these ones are very low float because that's the only way a stock usually can move in a very can move up in a very short period of time if they've got a low float. Sorry, guys, I'm having problems with my computer today. Just give me a. You can hear it. The fan is revving like crazy. Maybe you can hear it, but I can. Give me a moment, please, guys. Yeah, I may have to restart my computer, but just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Okay, so drug just opened, so it did not really, actually it did, I'm sorry, briefly. So the whole price was at 158. I'm sorry, 150, yeah, 158. Excuse me. So it really didn't pop off that whole price. Now let's see how this one is going to go. I mean, this OBLG, guys, I mean, it's a 1 for 40 reverse split. Okay, so anything can happen here. More than likely, let me just have to click on another symbol again. Yeah, so more than likely, this is not the float anymore because typically the float does not get adjusted the day of. Takes a couple of days. Well, usually the floats get adjusted twice a month. You know, on the fifth, we'll call it the 15th and 30th, assuming they don't fall on a weekend. But so really, that float is probably 1/40th of the 28. So less than a million in the float. I will check another website to see. Yeah, so they have adjusted on that website. So there's about 700,000 in the float, okay, for OBLG, okay? So that's why, I mean, this could go crazy. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at a couple of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. All right, OBLG just opened, guys. And where did it open? So the halt was at 372. So it is not above that halt price. In fact, it's really starting to sink. Again, this is reverse split adjusted. The next high is 421 or so. I am waiting to see if I can get over 372. I have to admit, just in case. Not a lot of volume in, actually, only 104,000 shares. All right. Well, I'm not going to keep watching it. I'm just going to stick an alert at this high, 377, see if it takes it out later. And see if it does something like the FFIE did last week. They did a reverse split also. And they went crazy. I sort of remember RR, yeah, when it was just over $1. MRM guys. So MRM has had a pretty choppy start. What did it get up to? 786. Yeah, Rivian. I saw some news about Rivian over the weekend, some kind of a fire they had. You're stunned. I haven't been not really even showing up anywhere for me. So ASST guys. So it just resumed. Where was the halt? 168. So a little bit above. So it is starting to move here. Ugh. All right, now the OBLG is now over. All right, guys. I mean, this is super risky. Not a great spread either. 375, 392. This is breakthrough four. This could get going here. The high, the weekly high, again, this is reverse split adjusted, is around 5. That's for the OBLG. Now, I'm just kind of waiting on this RR to see if it wants to take out 2. Yeah, the volume is not great for OBLG. I would have thought it'd be a lot more right now, based on that reverse split. But anyway, it is not that great. It is in Indo. Next high looking left, lots of room. $5 or so on the weekly chart. Well, guys, I mean, Peloton, I got to look at a monthly chart now. Where could Peloton keep going? TON. So the next high on the monthly chart looks like it's 530. So it's getting very close to that monthly high. I mean, if somehow it takes that out, then the next high on the monthly chart is 728. Amazing. See BYU. This is I've seen. We saw this one last week. I also BYU. You can see why on the monthly chart. To the weekly chart, same thing. Yeah, we saw this one last week. BYU, Bayou Holdings trying to stock. No volume yet. 37,000 shares. So no volume yet for BYU. How's that trade of the week doing? CXAI. This is the trade of the week. And it is doesn't look like it. Yeah, it didn't trigger. 262 is the trigger, so it did not trigger high so far. 259 or so. So meanwhile, what's the SPY doing? So the SPY is starting to give a bit of a candle here. NAS is down. Dow is up quite a bit. So there's a bit of a disconnect in the market. SPY is up just a little bit, but the Dow is up and the NAS is down. So a bit of a disconnect in the market between the value stocks versus growth stocks so far. Okay, guys. Sorry, I may have to reboot my system. So there's something going on. Mints from last week, MNTS from last week, MNTS. This one got up to $2. Closed way down here, basically got cut in half from the high. Trying to move again. Low float, 16.4 million in the float, MNTS. I don't think my Windows is updating. I don't think so. I may be wrong. Yeah, sorry about that. I am on mute. I was on mute. I'm not on mute now. All right, guys, keep an eye on EVGO. This is setting up on that Bono Go pattern. Orange, one bar, blue. Okay, so let's take a look at, keep an eye on this one. EVGO has room until 470. So there certainly is some room for this one to run. I didn't see anybody talking today, Casa. Doesn't mean there isn't anybody talking, but in the economic calendar that I posted, I didn't see really hardly anything going on today. Hardly anything going on today, I'd say. He is? Okay. Didn't show up on the economic calendar for this week. All right. Well, staff obviously has room, guys. I had a huge day on Thursday, but it sold off. But it's trying to come back a bit. It's over the 200-day moving average again. STAF, probably a low float, very very low float. Another one right from orange to blue. All right, guys. Alar, ALAR, Alar is weakening. This is an earnings play. Very low float. Wow, is that all? 6.5 million in the float. Keeping an eye on the ALAR, guys. I want to see if this is going to weaken any further. The monthly chart. We got a low there at 1425, so it has room on the monthly chart. Okay. Right? Yeah, low of 1425, so we're at 1490 now. So the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 1425. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but EVGO guys, just mentioned this one. That was on the scan, okay? You can see orange, one bar, blue. That's on the Go scan right here. Now, somebody mentioned FFIE. FFIE, yeah, FFIE is also reversing. So the high last week was 1149, guys. So obviously has got room. The high in the weekly daily chart, the same thing. So, I mean, they did the reverse split and, well, really did well. A couple of days. Excellent after that reverse split. That's why we're watching that OBLG. Yeah, so far for me, ALAR, kind of a no-go. It's just not, it's kind of chopping around in the area. Interesting. There are shares available for me to short for RR. But look at OPRA straight down, not just red, or deep purple all the way, guys. So Man, I mean, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 1260. So there's about $3 to that next low on the weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. I think this was an earnings play. So it was an earnings play on the 22nd. So a month ago. Sorry, not a month ago, last week, August 22nd, right there, in fact. So there was a reaction to earnings, but now it's starting to fade. And that is OPRA. Well, this NSSC, this has room down to around 46.73, so about $1 to the next low. And let's see if there's any reason for this. So I don't know if this is just sort of this might be an earnings play then. It says, yeah, I guess this is an earnings play we have for September 3rd. So maybe they're announcing early, and that is NSSC. So I guess they're announcing earlier than expected. Boy, Peloton, guys, I mean, it just keeps inching its way up. PTON just keeps inching its way up. Really doesn't care what the market's doing right now. So Dow is still up, Nas is down, SPY is basically flat now. I guess you're short. You must be short VRAX. This got halted on the way down. All right, so the SPY now just has gone mildly negative. So it's given up any of the pre-market gains. Dow is still up, Nas is down. So the tech stocks are taking a bit of a hit. Let's take a look at XLK out of curiosity. XLK more than likely out. So XLK is the market right now. Tech stocks. I saw some news. Well, okay, but lawyers all over this IREN, it's a crypto play in the sector, crypto sector play. So Neon is above last week's high through the 200-day moving average. Neon, ENEON. Is any news on this one today? Yeah, this is not shortable for me. ASST. I know it's an AI alert. Not shortable for me. ASST. So the Sedge, very interesting day, guys. Big pop on the CEO departure. Big pop in the pre-market, but then the market opened. And right there, boy, that was a great alert on that go no go scan. Okay, 2837. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage right now and show you the information you can find, including a promo code for 25% off. Okay, it is not, I don't think it's made it to my homepage yet, but let me just put the promo code in. Give me a moment. Oh, sorry, guys, I made a mistake. So that should, no, just give me a moment. Sorry, in YouTube, I made a mistake. No, I do remember that, Casa. I do remember that, because the stock, remember I was saying, after the guy's ego, he resigns and the stock shot up in the pre-market. Okay, so there is a promo code you can use, okay? You click on my homepage link. Now, it's not there yet. Yeah, so don't use that. Use the Battle 25 off, okay? 25 off. That'll get you 25% off the whole, first month only or the entire year. So again, don't use Barry 15, use Battle 25 off. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription, use that code. Okay. Well, go to my homepage and use the code. That'll really help to keep the rooms free. If you do take out a subscription, you must either get started. Ten short videos running download and install, first startup and login, scrolling down a bit, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Software program, there obviously is a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here is cover all the major aspects of trade ideas, especially the scans, okay? Top lists and alert windows. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is something that you can probably take a look at, should take a look at, I think. This is a free series of videos designed for people who are new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. It is free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is our education section right here. This is our user guide. So in the user guide, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You notice I've got one race that I'm displaying. Here's how you can create your own race. I'll go over this race, but this is how you can create your own race. Price alerts, I use price alerts on charts all the time. And if you want to create your own symbol of stocks to watch, a watch list, here's how you can do it. The guide has a lot more information in it, of course, but you do not have to learn everything. It's in the user guide. And last, well, first of all, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday. It should be Chris Farley. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And last, okay, what have I done here? No, I guess it's, okay, well, there's the daily support. Okay, so now my scan. So if you click on my homepage link and you want to find my scans that I am currently sharing, you can click here. There are my scans. So now I am displaying this race. I'm not displaying these two, but I am sharing them. This is the halts resumes over here. The momentum scan is down here. And then this mover, upside movers versus downside movers is here. But as you can see, I am sharing a lot of other scans. You can take a look at them, but do not have them all up and running. In other words, don't incorporate every single one of them into your layout. Way too many to have. The idea of this is just to maybe take a look at some of them. You can check to see what they're doing. If you like it, great. But do not have them all up and running at the same time. Be way too much information coming at you. PSNY, let me take a look. Ah, there's a LAR now, guys. ALAR now. Underneath 15 again. Nope, I have PSNY right at almost at $1 right now. Davy Sprocket. Okay, I have it at, I saw it. Definitely not down to 0. Okay, guys, let me explain what trade, for those of you who are new, what Trade Ideas is all about. I'm going to use this one, the momentum scan, to demonstrate what it's all about. All right, so this is an alert window. So what we're really excellent at is real-time alerting. There are a lot of screening programs out there. We can screen, of course, but what we're really, really good at is real-time scanning, okay, real-time alerting. So if I right-click on this window, click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So this is telling you what the scan is looking for, okay? So if the price is between 1 and 100, the current volume is at least 3. That's a very powerful filter that we've got. That 3 means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This time of day is sensitive. So say approximately 10:30 Eastern time, okay? This is why I call it a momentum scan. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So that's why I call it a momentum scan. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we see HRTG at 10:22 plus 17 seconds. Okay, so a little over a minute ago. That's the last time a stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, so again, that's how the real-time alerting works. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my home page. But if you want to make some changes, of course you can. Perhaps you don't like that price range, or maybe there's something else that you don't like about it. Take out a filter. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Okay, up to you. But this is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. And that goes for all of the scans that I'm sharing. Obviously that's what I like to see, but you can always tweak them if you want. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can, of course. So for this time, I'll click on right click on configure. Instead of summary, I'll click on search. So right at the very top, you can see the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. These are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, and when you see all these different icons, these are all of the other real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down, these icons right here, these are the filter icons. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, relatively new to all this, don't get hung up on how many we've got and think, man, this is way too complicated. I cannot possibly learn them all. You're right. You can't possibly learn them all. The good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of these different real-time alerts and all of these different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. I like a certain price range. Well, you kind of saw it in here, relative volume. It doesn't mean that what I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need these because my trading style only requires a new high and then the low of the day. But again, your trading style may be very different. So that's why we have all the different real-time alerts and filters for your that you can combine them to give them you the type of scan that you're looking for. Okay. So let me explain this race that you're seeing here. So all races start off from a top list window, okay? And you can create your own race. Again, if you click on my homepage link, go to the education section and then go to the guide. You'll see that there's a section on TI stock racing. Let me right click on this race and I'm going to open the top list. And you can see this race is based on this top list window. Notice if you right click on it, launch the real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own parameters to create the race you want to see. I got ahead of myself a little bit. So what happens with the race, and I'm running 4-minute races, and again, you can run your own time frame. You just have to go to you want to create your own race with your own time frame. You just have to go to the guide and go to the race section. So what happens is when the race starts, so we're almost not quite 2 minutes into this 4-minute race. So far, since the race started, ASST has moved the most. It's moved 7.5%, 7.4%. MNTS has moved 5.98%, etc. Okay, now, the race is not over. But what happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races during the course of the day. So you can see that ASST has won 3 races, and that's why it's at the halt. I can just see right now RITR just got halted, and you can see that it shot right to the top of the leaderboard. It was up 10%. It is, and it probably is going to be a giant candle. Yeah, pretty big candle right here. RITR looks like they started trading as RITR last week. I don't know if it was a. Well, let me just do a quick look. See if this was actually an IPO. Yeah, so this was an IPO, 2.1 million shares, $4 price. So this is now getting a little bit exciting for this one. I could be a China stock. Let me just give me a moment as I check it. Yeah, so this is a China stock, guys. So this could go a little nuts. It's already gone a little bit nuts. Okay. Oh, I'm sure. It's outside my price range, PJ. You're asking about PDD. It's inside the price range of my scans. That's all. But for sure, I would have picked it up. 26 relative volume. It's just outside the price range of my scans. There's no question other people's scans that have price ranges, higher than I do would have certainly picked it up. So that's how the race works. Okay. So again, I run 4-minute races. When a race is over, a new one will start. So if I right click now I can show you the top list that this race is based on. So in this top list, this is what I'm looking for my race. So if the price is between $150 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday Friday's close, then it will be in this list of stocks. Okay. Now that's what I mean. You can create your own top list with your own parameters. You might want to have a completely different set of parameters to run your race on. So before we had races, one of the typical questions would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today based on my parameters, the price range I like, etc. So as long as you had it as a column header, which I do here, C percent, that is the change from Friday's close. So you can see that ASST is up 100%, RITR 35%, etc. Okay. If I wanted to see the stocks that have had moved the most from their opening trade of the day, that's that open percent, change from the open percent. I can sort on it, double left click, and now same thing. ASST is also up the most from the opening trade, and RITR 24%, etc. So here is a list. So I mean, it's interesting, but what the race does, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is that since the race started, what has moved the most in this list of stocks. So, for instance, here's a PBR down here. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, PBR just started to move? Right now it's up 2.8% from the opening trade. But what if now it's up 5%, 8%, 10%? You would never be able to see that. You're not going to stare at a list of stocks to try to find a stock that is moving up. Well, that's what the race does. You don't have to. The race doesn't care, again, if a stock is near the high of the day, low of the day. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Okay. So again, right now, ASST, now Lumo, 1.58%. Not a huge percent, but that's how it works. So what you can do though is if you're into playing pullbacks, for instance, so you take a look at now that's a pretty big pullback, but MRM won a couple of races, still up 152%. So maybe it's pulled back to a level that you like. Now I was hoping maybe it'd pull back to the VWAP, but the VWAP is $7. It's way below that. But again, maybe it's something that it's pulled back to maybe a moving average that you like. So these stocks that have been winning races over the course of the day, you just click on them and see if they pull back to a level that you like. The other thing to do is you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a stock. In fact, if you see anything in here, click on it just to see what is happening with it. Now, yeah, RITR. Wow. So that opened again. Shoot. That is too bad for me. I probably not sure I would have been able to take it, but so now this is one of those China stocks. Opened at 4, didn't do very well the first day, but really exploding today. All right, no news on Neon. Well, let's see if I can find any news on Neon. Peter Smith in our YouTube room. Yeah, I don't see any news today on it. Could have been last week though. Yeah, I mean it's just a continuation, Peter, I guess, from last week's news. Winning reversal in Samsung patent case. That was the news for it last week, and I guess it's just continuation. Any news on SMCI? Um, I no, I think it's just moving with the market. I mean, it's in the bad sector right now, technology sector. I don't think there's any specific news on it today. Just a overall weakness in this, and as Jungle Jim says, in the semis. I mean, if Nvidia is down, which I know it is, it's going to drag down the rest of them. So I don't think it's any specific news to it for it. Yeah, that'll be a big one, Casa. Nvidia's earnings are this week. Yeah, that'll be a huge, huge indication. Okay, guys, Alar now is ALAR is now starting to drift down a little bit. All right, now this one is getting closer and closer, 46.77. Okay, it's getting closer and closer to the low, the next low on the daily chart, very close. Oh, just one moment, please. All right, guys. All right, guys, let's see this IRTR work at this open. So again, there's the halt 562, the potential open 660. This was just got distracted. I'm not sure I could have got it. I was not 100% sure I could have got it anyway. So, yeah, guys, at MNTS, I mean, it still has room. I mean, it still has room, $2. I think it's getting there, of course, but it still has room. It's yeah, pretty low float, 60 million in the float. Or this NSSC from our AI. I don't mind mentioning it or talking about it now from our AI. I mean, look at this now, guys. 46.77. So it's right at that low, and the alert was at 49.64. So that's about a $3 move, and right at this area. Will it take it out? The weekly chart looks like it's right the same. Yeah, it's the same. 46.77. So it's now below that low right there, and that's the low of the weekly chart. Next step, take a look at the monthly. Wow, 39.96. I mean, say $40. That is the next low on the monthly chart. Not saying it's getting there. Boy, that is trying to see if there's any news on this one. Ah, that's right. So this is an earnings play. It's actually an earnings play. Oh, MNTS holding over 130. So it has a lot of room to the $2 level if it wants to, kind of keep moving. Okay, guys. Now this OBLG super risky. Okay, did the reverse split today. What's the volume like? Still, the volume is not great. Only 197,000 shares. It is not great. Look at the spread. The spread is terrible. 358, 390. Terrible for a $3 stock. All right, I see that RITR opened. I mean, the volume is starting to pick up a bit, but I mean, it's still, look at that. Wow. I mean, so you got to be awfully hated the spread. That kept me out. I mean, there's no way I was going to even attempt to get into this one because of that spread. Okay, another cheap. Wow, a lot of room in this one, guys. So ANTX obviously had some pretty bad news on, well, it was an earnings play. I guess it was an earnings play. Well, no, this happened before earnings. So obviously some pretty bad news. Went from $3 down to 87 cents. Okay. So here is ANTX trying to crawl back a little bit. The next high looking left. Yeah. So if it can take out 114, 115, I'm not saying it's going to, of course, but if it can, Then the next high looking left for ANTX is 162. Okay. So I will stick a price alert up in this area. I'm going to put around 118. I want to see if I can clear that. There's the blue line on my daily chart. You can see it right there. So that is the price alert that I've got. Because if I can get through that, then the next high is way up here. Wow, a little bit of symmetry here, guys. The Dow's down 184. Nas is sorry, Dow's up 183. Nas is down 181. All right, guys. So this earnings play, PRTG, I guess that is the news on it today. Earnings, and it's starting to move a little over six now. Of course, the high on Friday was 831, sold off back down to six, but so this is starting to move a little bit here. PRTG. That is a very low float. All right, guys. So PRTG starting to move here. Low float, very low float. Okay, so you got to be awfully careful. Wow, it's really moving now, guys. PRTG is really moving now. In the option scan, orange is bearish. Yes, you're talking about the multi-strategy window. I haven't looked at it for a while, but yes, orange is bearish. Anything in I can't even remember what the colors are, but if it's light blue or green, that's bullish. Yellow, orange is bearish. Kind of doing that from memory. Yeah, this is the type of stock that later on in the day, maybe, and I'm talking about the OBLG. So I'm going to my price alerts again up here later on in the day, and may get some little enthusiasm coming in. It's still the volume is not great. Okay, so Les, you say you purchased the Go No Go add-on. So when you say to activate it, let me. What do you mean by that exactly? Let me go to the. I think I know what you mean, but let's do it together. Okay. I'm going to click on New and then Doc Channel Bar, and then the Go No Go charts. Okay. So you've done all that. Sorry, guys. For some reason my computer is just going a little crazy today. So, Les, can you hear me? Want to make sure you are on this screen here. Okay. So when you say to activate it, so I think what you mean is where you're looking at MU and you're not seeing the go no go chart. You're just seeing sort of a normal bar chart. So assuming if you've done it correctly, in terms of the purchase. You should see a list of symbols. These are scans here. You should see a list of symbols. All you have to do is click on any one of them, okay? And when you do that, it'll turn into the go no go chart. First of all, let me know if that worked by clicking. First of all, do you see a list of symbols? And then if you do, and then if clicking on a symbol, but we don't do support like that over the phone. It's too hard. I mean, this is something I'm trying to help you with. I mean, I can probably help you. So were you able to do that? Do you see a list of symbols? Because if you don't see a list of symbols, then I'll give you the where you can go and take a look at your account. Okay, Les, you're still there. All right, I might have lost Les. I don't know where you are, Les. I'm just have to know if you can see a list of symbols. Okay, well okay. So let me the best thing I can do now, because what they'll do is I'm going to get you to go to our home page, but it's sort of an instant chat, and then they can look at your account to see what's going on. Okay, so give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, all right, click on my homepage link, and notice it says need help. Just click on need help. Click on the need help. Click on the ask, and then click on chat. Now, all you have to do then is basically you can even just copy and paste that, what you said, I paid, got a receipt, but when I click on the channel bar, I can see symbols, but I'm being asked to pay for it again. Okay. So they can take a look at your account and see what's going on. Make sure you give them the email address that you've used to sign up for Trade Ideas so they can take a look at your account. Okay. And I'm sure it's something pretty simple. But as we keep speaking, at least, so when you clicked on an alert, did it at least turn into the go no go charts, even if it is asking you to pay again, or did it block you, even though you see the list of symbols? Having the list of symbols means you have paid. So I don't know what you mean by you can see it in the background. I'm talking to Les in our YouTube room, guys. Okay, when all I'm asking is that when you click on any one of these alerts, you say you can see them. Well, when you click on it, does the chart change into a go no go chart? Okay, so so it's user error. Okay, cool, good. See, I could if I'd given you some kind of a support number, which we don't really have support for this, it would have been back and forth. So anyway, that's why this is, that's why I do this. It's a lot easier for me to demonstrate, talk to you. Okay, so you're good to go. Great. Well, this is really good alert from our AI today, guys, on this short. PDD is now a long. Okay, well, I see. We actually have it as a short in our AI, but it is now just over 100. So it's interesting in this compare count screen that you see here, even though the market has been basically down, since the beginning, since the open, 67% of the stocks that have been through here have been green, which means making new highs for the day versus only 33%. So basically two-thirds. That's what this is referring to, these percentages. Well, they had the alert at 98.80. So, but a dollar, little up a dollar. There was the alert right there. Got down to 95, 97. All right, guys. MNTS is right back up. MNTS is right back up. A little bit of a pullback. MNT, there it is. MNTS. In fact, it's just starting to win a race. It pulled back. You know what? Look what it did, guys. It pulled back to the VWAP. So it pulled back to the VWAP. Remember, I was saying how you can use these. If a stock won a race, it's in this list. Click on it, see what's happening. So you can see exactly what happened with MNTS. It pulled back literally to the penny. The VWAP's at 118, and it got down to 119 or 120. So it pulled back to the VWAP, and the VWAP acted as support, and it looks like it's trying to move now off it. And of course, the reason we'd even be considering looking at this because look at the room it's got. $2 as the next high. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I have reasonable hopes for MNTS, guys. Okay, MNTS won 4 races, still hanging around this area. It's not a crazy low float. It is traded the float though, 16.5 million in the float. It is traded 21 million so far today. So there is some enthusiasm, 28 times normal. So obviously this got halted a few times, all right, but just by the gaps on the 3-minute chart. So you know what? Gets over maybe 560 later on. Maybe that has a run. Starting to, I just want to start to see some of the stocks that were super active in the morning that kind of rest for several hours. And then maybe one of them, maybe two of them later on in the afternoon, we'll have that pop, get some volume coming in. I'm not saying this is going to be the one. MNTS though, I have, no, I definitely don't want to lose sight of that one. Well, when we looked at the monthly chart for this NSSC, I mean, there's still room down to 40. I'm not saying it's getting there, but this is super weak. All right, guys. MNTS is holding 130. Is holding 130. All right, guys. Chris just verified that it'll be him at noon taking over for me in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Just got to break out of here. Just got to break out, draw the MNTS. All right, guys. What's the market doing? So the market now. Sorry, there's some internal stuff happening. So market is now just kind of chopping around. Well, not chopping around this area. It's just kind of consolidating in this area right now. Let's see if it gets over 561.35 and maybe it starts to make a move up. Now you can see on the go no go chart on the 5 minute with an opportunity to short. They went from orange directly to deep purple, and you could have shorted at say 562. Where did it get down to? It got down to 560. Really? On the OBLG, you have auto trading within Thinkorswim? I did not know that. Yeah, I didn't think that, you're not talking about a conditional trade, hitting a certain price and okay, guys, here goes MNTS a little bit. MNTS a little bit. A little bit more. Oops. Wow, this NSSC, I mean, it's still, well, great guys, MNTS on the move here, on the move. Looks like it's going to win another race. Now, this looks like, well, it looks like it's going to win another race. MNTS. Now, the AIXI, that was a big one, I believe last week. Or was it the week before? Yeah, I mean, it had a big move last week. 231 up to 565, closed down here. So it's another one, kind of a little bit like the MNTS. Yeah, I don't remember if that. Well, let's take a look. Our news is usually pretty good if it had some news last week. Let me take a look and see if MNTS had any news last week. I do not see any. I don't see any news. All right, guys, MNTS, big move here now, or test to get through 150. Okay, 150. We think that the 50-cent level for stocks under $5 can be a challenge. I haven't seen MULN at all. It hasn't showed up at any one of my scans, I don't think. And the reason is that, yeah, it's under 50 cents. So that's what I thought. This scan actually will pick things up under 50 cents and above, I believe. Okay. But everything else has to be at least a dollar. Secures at 210. Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. Maybe the market does not believe it. Okay. First of all, secures a $210 million purchase agreement, et cetera, et cetera. So immediate shipping, initial $3 million deposit. So I guess now the next question is over how many years? I mean, it's a pretty low flow, 39 million. So how many years? The other thing too. Oh yeah, I mean MULN. I mean, it's just you're right. It's been a horror story, really. Like most of the EV players, but this one even more so. Maybe not as bad as Fisker, but not great. Yeah, fussy. There's nothing wrong with being fussy. Again, guys, the big test to get through 150 for MNTS. What did it get to? Got up to 149, I think. Yeah, 149. That's the big test to get through that 50-cent level. I mean, if it does, next highs $2. You are correct, Davey. Statistically, September is the worst month in terms of percent. It's the worst month in the year historically. All right, let's take a look at CING. CING, so it had the big pop in the pre-market, got up to $11, came all the way back down to, I mean, look at that. From 11 down to 950. That's a big percentage move down. Maybe if it can get over around 1050, I'm going to see a price alert in that area. See how the struggle is for MNTS to get through that 150 so far? Okay, uranium play. What's happening with uranium right now? So this is yeah, doing really nothing. How's URA doing? Probably doing well. Energy is yeah, it's up a little. This is the ETF for energy for uranium URA. All right, guys. Half an hour. I'll be on my break. ESOA. ESOA. Let's take a look at this one. ESOA. Another energy play. All right. So we did hit 150 MNTS. All right, guys. Now, can it really keep above 150? That's the all right, guys. All right, this is getting slow now for me. Very slow. Just on the MNTS. I just want to see now. Can it get close to two? We're gonna do a reboot of Trade Ideas, guys. I know I'm gonna lose all these races, but that's okay. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, there's something going on with Trade Ideas for me because when I exited it, it instead of doing like a very quick exit, it was sort of almost getting rid of one screen at a time. You didn't see that on my other monitors, so that is there's something going on my system anyway. Okay, guys, 11:35. So I've lost all the previous 10, but that's okay. We know that MNTS was one of the winners. one of the leaders in the top 10. So, guys, I guess with unfortunately with no William around, I sure hope he's starting to feel better. Um, the room will be closed when I get out of here, anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to three. So all the rooms, both rooms will be closed. Okay, now PDD, so it did get over $100, but now it's starting to drift down. There's a AI alert at 98.80, so it's basically right at that AI alert. Below the day was down here, no 96.33, so about what's that about $1.30 or so? $1.30, about 2.30 until the next low, until the low of the day for PDD. It's an earnings play. Okay, guys. So again, MNTS is still bumping its head against that 150 mark. So we're now starting to see an overall sell-off. Dow is now, remember last time I looked, I think Dow was up a couple hundred. So we're only up eight there. NAS is still weak. SPY is now definitely underneath Friday's close. So Neon, guys, Neon is making a little bit of a move here now. Neon. So a year ago in July, this was the high for Neon, 751. I don't know if it's reverse split adjusted, but anyway, that is what we can look at. Sorry, did I say 751? 824, 824. So on a monthly chart anyway, Neon has room. All right, guys. Ooh, now CING. Why don't I have that alert here? 10:53. Okay. High now, back to that high of Friday. No, I'm sorry, it is not back to the high of Friday yet. It's taking this out right here, or trying to. Little bit of volume coming into CING. Yeah, so look at that 150 mark for the MNTS. Yeah, I mean, I know it popped through just a little bit, but could not sustain it. Okay, guys. So before I take off, so it's a little easier now to see. So if you click on my homepage link, there it is. Okay. There's the promo code. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So yeah, just click on my homepage link. So there's the promo code. It is on my homepage now. Okay, guys. Now maybe we're having a little bit of a bounce now for the NSSC. A little bit of a bounce. Actually, about a $2 bounce off the lows. The Neon guys, Neon now is having a great little run. We had the alert from our AI 633, 683 now. Neon having a great run. And remember, what did I say? I think it was 8 something was the next high looking left on the monthly. And Neon's got about 11.6 million in the float. So out of Sweden, that's right. This stock is out of Sweden. And so low float, 11.6 million. So Gannett shares rise 11% after a letter to secure new credit facility. Okay, so that is, whoops, and there's a SPY. I actually put a price alert underneath the low there of the day, and now it is just taking that out. Okay, again, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, yeah. So we've got Neon and also maybe the FFIE, a couple of momentum plays now. Well, let's take a look at GUTS, GUTS, Fractal Health. Okay, low float, 20 million in the float, up 13%. I want to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any news on it. No specific news. It's had a nice bounce off these lows, though, almost a double from back here, which is July the 9th, so a little over a month ago. Actually, I'm wrong. Earlier this month. So that's been a pretty good. That's been a great move, actually, almost a double. Oh, Davey, I do that all the time. It's I'm actually thinking of switching to Edge, and for a very specific reason. I've got plenty. I should have plenty of RAM. 32 gigs. So, but I haven't tried that one before. The Google.com-T. Well, this is the first day. I mean, that it's been like this. I mean, I used to have a big problem, and I started getting rid of some of the things that I thought were. It's only trade ideas. It's trade ideas that is the disruptor, and it's been fine for I don't know a couple of months now. It's just today, and I expect every now and then to get a big surge, but something happened today. And as you can see, yeah, so here I am. All right, God. Wow, 11:54. Finally, I can take my break. So I'm bored. I have to admit, I'm very bored right now. Shouldn't say that perhaps, but yeah, I'm just not seeing a lot other than the MNTS that had a decent little run until I thought maybe that 150 might stall it, which it did. Other than that, I'm not seeing too much. I did not get into the neon, but look at even neon. I mean, neon has come all the way back down. I mean, I don't expect stocks to just keep moving higher and higher and higher. Just don't want the big drop from 7, down to 6. All right. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Chris while he's there for his hour. Okay. And I'll put my announcement up. All right. So I'll be back when Chris shows up. I'll be back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So now look at neon. I mean, neon now halted on the way down. So this is, again, I don't expect the stock. They don't have to keep moving higher and higher and higher, but we just don't want to see this nonsense. So I'm just, if I weren't doing this today, I'd be turning off my computer and doing something else. And I think I just heard a little ping. So I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So guys, I'm taking my break right now. I'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. And Chris, just give me a moment as I shut down my music. All right, my friend. I'm assuming you're my friend.
Yes, sir. As I hope you are mine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, anything cool happening? Probably not, right?
I was watching that NEON, but it ran before I could do something, and now it's halted down. So
Yeah, I mean, look at it
guess I'm
now.
glad I didn't do it. It was spready and all that good stuff. So that was really it.
Well, you were probably listening to me. I mean, I'm saying, they don't have to keep moving higher and higher and higher, but maybe a little bit of a pullback, maybe a little bit of consolidation, but not that. I mean, that just is.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't help at all. So
nope.
Okay, I'm going to take off right now. I've got a bunch of stuff I want to do.
Absolutely.
I'm ready
to rock and roll.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
We will see you in an hour. Thank you, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So while Barry shifts on out to have a little break there. There we go. There's my screen. We're looking good there. All righty. So happy Monday to everybody here. I hope you did all have a nice weekend. For those that don't know, my name is Chris Varley. I help in the support section of Trade Ideas here. I do the Monday sessions, this live support from noon Eastern to 1 Eastern. And it's free for all. So we do this as a open forum. Ask the questions that you need help with, whether it's the software, if there's something else maybe you want to cover, market related, do the best we can to answer those. I always feel it's best when you folks drive the content with your questions. As I always say, often the questions you have are similar or the same as questions other folks have, and creates that community vibe here and what we're all trying to do. At the end of the day, we're all trying to leverage Trade Ideas software to make some extra money or just make money in general. It doesn't do us any service if our users are struggling with software. Of course, trading is a whole other animal in itself, but we can certainly help with the software part of it. And, from there, we're happy to talk charts and indicators and things of that nature to the best of our knowledge. Help those hanging out, listening, and participating further along in their journey here in this world. So with that said, folks, it's all opened up here. Go ahead, pop in those questions, and I will do my best to keep up with those. Of course, if nobody has any questions, I'll do what I can to keep this informative and relevant and moving forward towards Trade Ideas and all of that. All right, so let's see here. No questions coming in, at least to start with. So let's dive around a little bit here. So we'll just go in the top 10 of my relative strength from the open scans, day trading scan for me. I really don't do much day trading for the last almost year now, although recently I have taken a few day trades. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 over the last couple of weeks here. I'd say one I've been, itching to a little bit, 2 playing around with these go-no-go charts, and 3, I happen to have enough lulls in the support work that I was doing and the setups kind of aligned that I was able to do those. Of course, not every trade's winner. That's the way it goes. But anyways, with that said, we got this neon here. As I was talking with Barry, and real whippy, and I just want to bring out. I don't know why it keeps doing that to me. Sorry, for some reason it constantly changes my charts to the go no goes that are behind. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Maybe a bug I'll have to take a look into. What I want to show here is these topping and bottoming shadows here on a candlestick chart. And there are candles without those, but the ones with them, it's a lot to deal with here. And those are the kind of things I avoid in my trading. So I was watching it here around the $6 level. I lost track of it when it did this move and pulled back. Clearly was able to take out that level and spike up and a move down, halted down. Now it's bouncing again. Just not my kind of trader, this kind of stock where it's this whippy and everything. If it starts to calm down later in the day, maybe we see some less topping and bottoming shadows. We see some consolidation, things like that. Maybe I take a look again, but it's highly unlikely, I would say, at this point. GCI, I was watching this too around the 550 level. Made an okay move off of it. It's a larger float, 140 million in the float, give or take, but good liquidity, good volume. So I was watching that. Of course, I was busy with some support stuff going on, and when it made its move, it left me behind. I wasn't able to give it attention, focus, and it's the reason why I'm really not day trading much anymore. These are the kind of stocks, even when you've got a float maybe the size, when you see a stock up like that, making moves like that, it's not something you enter and then you go make a sandwich or something like that. Or in my case, I'm answering several emails or support chats and things of that nature. So, it is what it is. Take the good with the bad. But anyways, GCI, ASST. Let's see here. I was watching that. But again, yeah, same thing here. This thing just, all over the place, big percent moves up and down in these smaller time frames. Again, not my cup of tea. So, if I'm being candid and honest here, not crazy about these first three alerts here coming out of this race. PRTG, this was a flyer from last week. Same crap here, just nothing to write home about that's of interest to me whatsoever. And some days they do be like this, whether we want it to be that way or not, but some days there's just not really anything tradable. It's just the way it goes sometimes. DQ, again, same kind of thing here as far as I'm concerned. Gap down on a nice recovery off of that gap down to almost get back to, where it closed on Friday. But again, I just can't get behind something like this. MRM, more of the same. Nothing I'd be interested in. It's been a while since I see this not produce one stock that I'm like, oh, that would have been one I would have traded. Clearly FNGR, nope. BNAI, again, nope. I mean, if someone has a question why I'm noping these last charts, feel free to ask, but I'm going to continue to just push forward if not. TME, a little, let's call it quote better, but no, I'm still not crazy about this at all, to be honest. I guess, a little better that we've got cleaner bars coming through here, but then we get the topping bottom shadows. That pullback is okay. Topping shadows again before it's able to start taking those legs up. So it's okay. I'm just not crazy about it. That's all. But probably the best looking of all these. Still, unlikely. I never even looked at it, to be honest. So clearly this thing has been beat to high heaven. We can see here on the daily chart, LIXT will round us out on the top 10. Nope, trash, garbage stock. FIE, this was a flyer on, I want to say Thursday and Friday. Zoom down in, yeah, so let's see, Thursday, Friday today. I think that's just what we're seeing here is just residual from those days. People trying to maybe catch something left over with the liquidity and all that's going to be there from it. And APLD, I feel like I've seen that recently. Maybe not. I made a little bit of a move on Friday. Again, these topping and bottoming shadows like that, it's just no real clear direction or anything. And, if we look at a daily chart, it's not anything to write home about again, as far as the daily chart goes. So, that's the short and skinny as far as that scan goes. I got to be honest, usually I spend a little more time on some of the stocks coming through here, but there's just nothing really. There's just really nothing special about any of those. There's none of those alerts that say, well, that was one that was set up well. It just didn't exist there. So I think anything else here that's racing is going to as well. MTTR, no, look, this thing, not even 10 cents. Clearly a decent sized float there. So yeah, that's the short and skinny with all that stuff. And again, I encourage folks, please, 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 if you got a question, throw it out there for me. With that said, what direction do we go now? Usually, it's a little more time for me to get through those alerts, but clearly that was not happening here with that. All right. I guess let's head into the market itself. Since there are no other questions going on, I suppose everybody likes a little bit of market talk, right? So I want to delete those at this point. We can bring them back in if we need to, but let's get a bigger scope of things here. So bull market, bear market, dead cat bounce, new bull market. Last summer, we pull back, not a bear market, correction. Off to the races we go, end of the year. Pull back, off to the races we go. For now, we'll pull back. We'll see. Correction, mild correction, I guess, if you want, right? We're back up here in the nosebleed seats again with the S&P. Lifetime high being 565. We were not far off it on the open this morning, so that's why I'm not surprised to see us bleed like that. Some reverse engulfing days here in the sense of this. Let's go to, of course it's going to be. Sometimes my frustrations. All right, so what do I mean by that? Or I should say bearish engulfing. But it's funny, how many bearish engulfings have we had? We got a decent sell-off there afterwards. We're trending higher. There's a bearish engulfing, but what I want to show is this. Those who've been around these for a little bit know where I'm going. For those that don't, here we go. There was some bearish engulfings there. No sell-off, no real sell-off. Another one here that was not much of a sell-off. Consider these things on a percent basis. I think there's one more. Yeah. There was one there, and we even started to move up again a little bit. Not a ton, but we did move up some from that. I think that might be the last one that I wanted to go over. So, don't get overly caught up in candlesticks. Get more caught up in price action, right? Price action volume. That's what I get more caught up in than anything else. Everything else is a lagging indicator. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything lags price. That's just the way it goes. So, be cautious of who you're buying into with that stuff. We can't ignore a number of things that are out there. I believe Jerome Powell came out at wherever all those rich people go. It's somewhere in Wyoming. Jackson Hole, right? That's the name of it. I know it's Jackson something. Someone was giving me a hard time the other day because I couldn't remember the name of the place. I'm sorry, it's just not that important to me. It's not on my bucket list. I know it's Jackson something. I believe it's Jackson Hole. Anyways, he came out and said whatever. I guess they're getting ready to cut or something. I don't know by what. I think someone said 50, 0.5% or whatever, 50 basis points, whatever the hell you want to call that. You want to be fancy with that. And so I think that was, the reason for the move that ended up happening here. Or no, he said that, I'm sorry, that was earlier in the day. I think that was here somewhere around 10 o'clock Eastern that day. And so we moved up. Let's stop some people to the upside. Then we moved down. Let's stop some people to the downside because that's what the market loves to do. And we got this move here. And again, I'm not surprised we're fading back into that with all-time highs right there, number one. Number two, we're ending summer. We're moving into a traditionally more volatile and weaker part of the year with September's. For those that pay attention to seasonality and stuff like that, September is generally a weaker month. We have an election coming up. For those of you that live under a rock like me, yes, I know there's an election. No, I don't give a crap. So, these are all, pretty important things to consider here while we're sitting up at the nosebleeds. And what I would say is this. If you're day trading and it's working, obviously do what you're doing, right? If you're swing trading and it's working, do what you're doing. But if you're swing trading and things had been working, in some of these bull runs, and you're finding yourself struggling now with this correction and then a bounce, but we're chopping around, smaller share size or sit it out, number one. Number two, when you got the winners on the table, don't let them go negative on you. I know it's always tough, when maybe you didn't reach a target, but, all of a sudden it's pulling back and it's like, well, it didn't reach my target, but I don't want to let it go red. Don't let it go red. That would be, that would probably be advisable. Am I going to say just close those trades? No. I'm not giving anybody advice. Never have, never will. But it might be something you want to consider because we're going to chop around for a little while here. Even if, we might grind into new all-time highs, let's just say we might grind into some new all-time highs, outside of like some crazy thing coming out where aliens come down and bestow on us gold and diamonds and somehow fix all the debt issues of all the human beings of the world. I don't think we're going to see anything really, really take off. It'll take some kind of big news event, and not going to predict it, right? Ain't nobody going to predict it. So if you can't bet on things like that. We bet on price action. We bet on our trading plans and all those things like that. So I'm personally defensive in the sense that when I've got some money on the table, I'm pulling it from the market right away, and if something decides to leave the train station without me after I do it, so be it. It happens. But I'm not one that I want to hand back any hard-fought gains when I know what's, coming ahead of us for the moment. So, that's the thoughts on the SPY-ish there anyway. So that's that. That's the SPY. Qs. Head back into go no go for fun. 3 Qs. Qs a little less. Sell off is a little deeper. Bounce is a little smaller. We're already rolling over here. So could that mean that the rest of the market's going to follow suit afterwards? Not an unreasonable thought for those that have any bearish themes or bearish cases. I'm not going to argue against that looking at that price action for the moment. Yeah, that doesn't have me feeling as good as the SPY does, I got to be honest. Sorry, just answering a message that came in to me here. It was semi-important. So yeah, I'm not, not feeling as nice on the Qs here than I did with the SPYs, but take it in context for now. We start to, really roll over here again. Cause for concern for the bulls without a question. do think that that's a big player right there, that line. I do think that's a big player. Diamonds, though, I suspect the diamonds are going to be to the flip side of all this again. Yep, and diamonds are pushing up on new all-time highs again. They've not sold off as much as the S&P and the Qs did intraday here. They're still positive on the day, not by much, but there they are. Many folks will argue that the Dow Jones Industrial Average is the most important index in the entire world. I think all those people that I've ever seen say that are certainly much more successful in the market than I have been in my life. So I'll defer to them with that. They have bigger picture, things like that. They're managing funds and so on and so forth, and been doing this at least, I'll say, 10 to 30 years longer than me, and I'll defer to their wisdom. But, not a great looking candle here, almost kind of a middle finger-ish kind of candle looking right there. So, still it's just after 12 Eastern here on a Monday. We're going into a holiday weekend, tough to make a lot from all this other than, again, I would say we're back in a risk-off environment. Money's on the table. Seriously consider taking that money, right, on trades. Obviously, if you have a trade that has a time frame on it and you've got a plan, by all means, your plan is, supersedes obviously anything else. And at that point, I'm not sure that you really care what I have to say anyways. I don't know that anybody really does care what I have to say. So there's also all that. But, tale of several indexes here, and we'll finish it out with the IWM making it several because, several is 4 or more by definition. The IWM representing, and, this line here is really a big deal for the IWM, I think. Down below it, it's back in that range. It's not necessarily bearish, but it's certainly not bullish. Although we've seen all the rest of the market make all-time highs while this has been doing this for years now, right? And we've seen it make lots of new all-time highs. The S&P, the Qs, the Dows, all that stuff like that. So do we need this? No, we don't. But again, I think this is a good risk-on, risk-off indicator. And the fact that this is still sitting positive for the moment right now, I feel like these are important things to consider here. And again, like I said, I think we're just going to see a lot of chop and slop. I could be wrong. Market could this week just really kind of push up forward, and we could see the SPY at 570, 572 by Friday. It's not unreasonable. We also see the SPY down at 545. I don't think that's unreasonable either, so I would just be nimble. And again, if you don't have a plan, there should be no reason you're pressing buy and sell on literally any stock ever in your entire life. And that's what I would say there. All right, so let's dive around the overall market-ish here. Still no questions for me, huh? Maybe 2 support sessions in a row. You guys are keeping silent on me. Fair enough, though. Fair enough. All right, what do we turn to now? I guess we turn to some ETF sectors, right? So let's bring this on over. Uranium. I want to skip USO for now because we're going to hit energy and oil in another way. Uranium, really tough one here. This big base breaks out, pulls back, makes another high, and really just dumps right off. It's back above this. I think that's a fairly significant pivot line. So it's back above that now. I do think that's significant for anybody that's a uranium bull. And while all stocks to some degree are going to be affected by policies, international, national news, so on and so forth, I think this one a little more because, nuclear energy and all that. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it safe? Is it, all these things like that? there's so much going back and forth with it between countries, and everybody can save their arguments for the dinner table or anything like that. I'm just going to concern myself with price action. It's, a very choppy looking daily chart here on this. You get a couple of up days and you sell off pretty good, and then you chop really hard sideways, and it looks like it's about to pull back up and it drops on you. And while we could say this about a lot of indexes, I feel like this one maybe a little more than some of the other ones. One of the ones I think the people that are more tied into this, trading and investing in it, and they have longer term time frames in general, other than when, nuclear stocks are just in play for a day, obviously based on some news or something like that. XOP, that's going to represent your exploration of oil and gas. Energy, man. It's a really tough one here because we had this incredible bull run that came up and out, and we just crashed right out, right? And then it was like, yeah, we're ready to bounce. And not only were we ready to bounce, right, make this big pullback, but we didn't pull all the way back down here. So there's a higher low, if you will, and a higher low, and a higher low. But what I'll note is that there's the high, and we didn't take that high out, right? And then continue to move off and everything like that. So, it's got us looking like it wants to break out a few different times and just hasn't been able to do it. And this thing just chopping people to pieces that are big energy bulls. Not an easy trader, that's for sure. Not an easy trader. This is going way back here into 2018 and all that. And it's, a little more of a sell-off overall when we look at that. If we break it out into a weekly chart, we can see that a lot better here. That we just, really getting above this 150 level and holding it to take a shot back up here. Very, very difficult right now. Very difficult for energy. Again, much like we talked about with nuclear a moment ago, or I talked about, and hopefully at least someone's listening, you're going to be tied to a lot of policy. California wants to get rid of gas cars. France wants to limit this. India and China, or China, is really pushing on electric, but they're not regulating anything as far as environment stuff goes. India doesn't give a crap about any of it. Just, make cars and get them on the streets with people. Other states in the U.S., we got to keep in mind that there are states in the U.S. that have bigger GDPs than most countries around the world. They're not as concerned environmentally or regulating. And whether you believe or don't believe it has nothing to do with anything, right? We're just talking about how these policies and headlines can affect us as traders. All I care about is making money. And the other stuff is for the dinner table. Again, I would say that this is going to matter with the U.S. election and so on and so forth. Let's continue to move on and along. All right, Peter, first couple minutes. I missed first couple. What about Neon? We went over Neon, Peter. Very tough trader. The thing is whippy all over the place. Just really, really fast. Do this again. You got these big topping shadows and bottoming shadows all through here. It's choppy, makes a big move up, halts on the way down. And, it just choppy and sloppy. It's not my kind of stock. It's been spready all day long. Just not, not my cup of tea as far as stocks go. Very, very, very tough trader. The kind of thing where it looks like it gets you leaning one way, it's ready to go, and it punches you right down and will stop you out to the other side there. So tough trader, ugly chart, all those kinds of things like that. This is going to be a REIT here. I don't think this is really much. This is metals. Yeah, this is a REIT here. I don't think there's much to cover here on this. I just like to look at the REITs. Got telecommunications, thinly traded telecommunication ETF. There's much better looking telecommunication charts out there than this one. We'll go back to daily for now. And some different stuff popping around on us here. Your IYE is going to represent energy again. It's very similar to the XLE. I think this tracks the XLE fairly closely, and it's the same, very similar to XOP as well. The same kind of thing. If we go back and, we got the COVID crash and all that, we can scroll past that. Just getting back up through and to these higher levels from years ago is just a real chore right now for this. So, we covered that story, I think, fairly well. Metals and mining, I believe, is XME. Yeah, metals and mining, XME. Again, a lot of nowhere, going nowhere for a long time here. Let's get rid of that line. Usually negatively impacts what I'm doing here on the scrolling. Yeah, same thing. It feels like the market's waiting for events to happen at this point. I want to skip around. SLX and your steel stocks. Again, just kind of fading and turning this way. Your utilities, you had these really make a big move here recently. And a lot of people calling this as a big bearish indicator because utilities are a flight to safety and so on and so forth. I mean, for the moment, it doesn't look like it's been a flight to safety. I think one thing you may have is folks needing to put money to work, but they're trying to keep it as, quote, risk-free as possible. There's obviously no risk-free trade out there, no risk-free investment, no risk-free fund. I don't know, a long enough time frame on most sectors, anybody can be right, but that's not how this game works. But with that said, the utilities still look very strong overall here. I'd love to see them consolidate here if we're taking a shot back up to this level here. I believe that's all-time highs back here, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's any reason to cover the XLE. Again, energy. XLB. It's your materials here. It's one of your less thinly traded stocks. So, we hit metal and mining and steel stocks, but the overall materials sector is looking fairly strong, to say the least. It's sitting up at all-time highs right now. Last I checked, all-time highs is bullish, and saw this, what I would consider an important inflection point, has held to this point, but it is struggling at all-time highs as well. Again, it goes back to a few of those other charts where the market's just waiting to be told what to do, essentially. Your bigger players out there that really drive the ship that we're all sitting aboard. So, until it gets its directive, and, it could be a chop in to and through the end of the year. Like I said, September traditionally is already a weak month. Now you add an election to it. I'm sure there's some kind of geopolitical stuff that's not good out there. I'm sure someone's bombing someone somewhere as usual. I know certain areas are worse than others as far as the market is concerned. But I just think that as we pull into a weak seasonality period with the election overlooming, that the market's going to it's going to do a lot of head fakes one way or the other. And again, I could be totally wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. But, it doesn't seem unreasonable. I'm going to skip around a little bit. Let's hit the XLF. I think that this is as important as anything out there we could look at. When banks are looking good, generally the economy looks good. I know that I'm going to say that, and there are going to be people that are like, the economy looks terrible. Groceries are up 40% in prices since 2020, and cars and used cars and insurance and electric bill and gas bill and gasoline. And you would be right about every single one of those things. Absolutely. Stock market doesn't seem to really care very much, right? And usually banks, when they're looking good, means they're lending money. That's what we're seeing right here. That's how banks make money, right? They lend money. The XLF is pushing up on lifetime highs. The overall financial sector is pushing up on lifetime highs. It is what it is. And listen, I'm one of those people that's in the corner of like, it does bother me a little bit inside when people are like, everybody's so upset, the economy looks so good. It bothers me because, I definitely have been very negatively impacted by inflation that has gone on in the last 3+ years. All my family has been, all my friends have been. So I get it. But, the only way to fight back is try to have a trading plan and do what I can to offset those costs by eking out some wins here in the market. Using the tea leaves here, XLF tells us we're looking decent. The other thing I want to note about everything I've just gone over to this point with looking at these sectors, we can see that some of these sectors, if we're keeping score and paying attention at home, they were leaders months ago and have sold off. Others that were lagging months ago have become the leaders. Rotation, right? Rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market. Again, that's triggering to some people, but it makes sense, right? And it doesn't always, there can be rotations that happen that aren't necessarily bullish or leading to bullish price action whatsoever, right? That does happen without any question. But for the moment, until proven guilty, the overall market, as we went over those four indexes, the four indexes that matter the most, the S&P, the Qs, or the SPY, the Qs, the diamonds, and the IWM, only the Qs looked not good out of those three. In fact, the diamonds are pushing right up on lifetime highs, and the IWM is back over that 220. And the fact that it's holding over the 210 range, bodes well for the bulls. Again, we may completely sell off sometime this week. Totally possible. But for the moment, here we are, and let's just consider that. XL, so we talked about communications before. This is a better indicator of communications, I think. And again, we're pushing up on lifetime highs here, if I'm not mistaken, on this XLC. Boy, it would be great if my software just loaded. I guess sometimes it doesn't really want to do that. Yeah, so 88 even is our lifetime high in this here. We're pushing up on that again. Something I really like to note about this is look at kind of the steady hand. All right, so that's the bull market, the first half of 2023. And then when we had a correction, most of the second half of 2023, this didn't correct the same, right? And then once we stopped correcting and we ran into the next bull market here, the end of last year into this year, very nice. And on the two pullbacks we've seen, this is not nearly done, the pulling back that the Qs or the SPY has done whatsoever. So for what that's worth, communications, really kind of helping prop stuff up here. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not like communications are like, 30% of the SPY or holdings or any, weighting or anything like that, right? But also, let's not kid ourselves that this does matter to a degree. Without any question, it matters to a degree. XBI, let's hit that. Skip down a little bit more. I don't think there's any more reason to cover REITs. We covered IWM. XBI is going to be your biotechs, right? And while this thing isn't necessarily breaking out, certainly not breaking down, this is big, bad sell-off here. Get a dead cat bounce, a grinding off sell-off. That's not a dead cat bounce anymore, right? Right there. I think this is a level that we got to be concerned with, that we're trying to poke our heads up over now, and here being sandwiched, before we might climb that scale and make it back up towards this way here, just under that 120 range. The biotechs not getting hammered at the moment. They don't look great. They're certainly in no man's land as far as many people would be concerned, but there they are nonetheless. Certainly not bearish price action. I won't call it bullish either, but very neutral looking as far as that goes. IBB is going to be the same thing basically as the XBI. Let's see if this looks any better. So this just so you always got to be careful with these things, right? Decay. There we go. All right, so similar look, maybe a little closer to busting up here. I think this one we got to look at a weekly chart to really see a little better. Where you just take your time, right? There we go. So, big time sell off coming out of that bull run that we were on after COVID crash and all that. Bounce. I don't necessarily call that a dead cat bounce. They're really just kind of grinding and selling off at that point. Dead cat bounce is when you bounce and you really kind of just fall right afterwards. Not far off, don't get me wrong, but we got to consider that's a weak move on a weekly chart, not a move on a daily chart there. With a bounce, we're making higher highs through or higher lows through here. Those are higher highs, whether you like that or not. So biotech's looking not so terrible here. It's a tough one. Biotech is something hard to get excited about for holding long term. Gold continues to just be a juggernaut like it has been over the last few months. Let's break it back down to a daily chart for at least a moment. Long time kind of fading, not going anywhere. Props itself up, but then really gets going here, and it's kind of got that look like it wants to do a little more. If interest rates get cut, is that another catalyst for gold to take another leg higher? I'm sure there's folks that'll be arguing that. I'm not a gold person in general. As I've said many times before, though some of you might have heard it, I don't get it. I just don't get gold. I'm not buying into a store. I'm not walking into a store and buying groceries with it. I'm not buying a car with it, right? If you take gold and you stick it in a safe, how long do you got to own it before it really, really appreciates in value while you're sitting there? Your money's tied up in that gold. But you know what I mean? That kind of stuff like that about gold is just kind of cool, but no. But look, I've certainly traded gold miners a whole bunch of times over the last however many years. And, should the opportunities present themselves and I'm finding setups for them, I certainly will be trading them again. There was some gold miners looking real good over the last month or so. I want to say maybe 6 weeks, 7 weeks. So, I think that's important to note. Silver, hi-ho, silver. Not as nice looking, right? But certainly out of the basement. Maybe silver, let's take a weekly chart look at that, right? Interesting here. Could this be, breakout, a test of the breakout level? Doesn't seem unreasonable to believe that, right? I wouldn't be arguing against it, that's for sure. It's a long time since silver's done very much. Here's COVID crash and all that. But hard to argue against it. If someone's a silver bull, I'm not going to be arguing against them. RSP, this is going to be your S&P 500, but equally weighted at all-time highs. I think that's important. I think that's very important. Other people don't think so. I do. For those that don't know, the S&P 500 and the SPY, which represents it as an ETF, is cap weighted, right? So the largest market cap stocks have the highest weighting in the index. So, a 1% move in Apple is not the same as a 1% move in, I don't know, literally any other stock besides Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Meta, or whatever you want to call it. But, a 1% move in, stocks that have, let's say, 500 billion in market cap plus is not the same as stocks that make a 1% move that have a 50 billion market cap. And a 50 billion market cap it's a large market cap, right? That's not small by any stretch of any imagination, right? But they're not equal. The fact that if we put them all equal, and this is where we are, again, hard to be bearish. Not, like I said, I'm not jumping up, waving a bullish flag here. Like I said, go back to seasonality again, but I am certainly not bearish. TAN, just kind of continues to grind lower. One has to ask, at what point is this overdone? You can see a bullish case made for this descending wedge here, and then a break above that. I could see that case being made by some technicians. Probably need some other kind of indicators in there besides that chart pattern to like it more. I also could, see the case that that wedge is going to coincide with this breakout level here where things went real extra nutty. And maybe that, that's enough punishment for the solar stocks. If it can't hold this level, though, I mean, you're starting to look way down here then afterwards. That would be really bad for solar stocks and for solar bulls and solar investors. Unfortunately, never want to see anybody lose money. I don't like losing money. I don't like to see anybody else losing money. Box, another communication ETF, looks pretty good here overall. Very thinly traded though. This is going to be real estate. XLRE is your real estate. Interesting looking weekly chart here. It's fighting with those pre-COVID highs. I guess there's an argument to be made if interest rates, if and when they get cut. I mean, I guess it's not really an if at this point. It's when. That bodes well for the housing market and the real estate market, obviously. Very interesting look here on that weekly chart. I'll bring that back to a daily chart real quick. Time frame matters. On a daily chart here, you get this bounce and a bit of a sell-off here. I don't know, I'd necessarily call it a downtrend. But then we start to see this here, these steps, taking steps up. And that, I like when I see things doing that. We're up above that 40 level. It's feeling bullish to me. Feeling a little bullish. MDY, this is a mid-cap trust. It's also equally weighted. Again, sitting up here in the nosebleed seats. I will note that this did really come undone a bit here compared to some of the others. I think that is important to note. When things don't sell off as much as others, it's important to note. When they do sell off as much as others, it's important to note. When they sell off more, I think it's most important to note, actually. But here we are. We bounced pretty hard. What it does from here, obviously, it's sitting up here in the nosebleeds again. More and more, it just looks like a little bit of chop to come next. KBE, that is going to be your banking ETF. And again, we're sitting, real nice. We're not at lifetime highs on the banking ETF, though, like we are in the financial sector. But again, when I see stuff like this, we take those nice steps up and we really kind of consolidate for a little bit. And we start to see these nice step ups into a pullback and a bounce. That's kind of price action I really like on charts, to be honest. We consolidate for a long time, right? And the price action never breaks that uptrend. Like we never broke that uptrend. We even had a nice pullback and didn't break that uptrend and bounced beautifully off that level. Gotta like that. So, I think there might be sectors that are less choppy than others that are more choppy, and ones that are going to sell off. I don't think there's any kind of groundbreaking news whatsoever. Just kind of what I'm inside thought coming out. So for those that are like, that's a really stupid statement, as I said it, yeah, maybe it does. But my point being is that we're seeing a good amount of rotation here going on. We're seeing more sectors in bullish states than bearish states. The retail sector here, XRT. This goes back to no man's land here. It's sell off ranged, tighter range up here. That 80 level seems to loom big for it. It's, good bit off that lifetime high there. So again, for those that want to go to the other case, whether it's straight out bearish or chop and slop, choppy to pieces bearish, this is one that can help you make that case. The retail sector just kind of lagging behind some of these other sectors. We'll see what happens when we get into the real spendy part of the year as the holidays come around. beginning, middle of November, people start really kind of gearing up for, holiday spending in all sorts of manners, all sorts of holidays. We'll see what that means for that, but it's not a bullish looking sector there. We can see that here on its position and range, off the yearly high still to this point. Not by ton, but it is. KBE, again, banking. Much of the same here. What else do we got going on? We're getting towards the end of this list here. XHB gonna be your home builders, the homies. Woof. Right near all-time highs, huh? Ain't that something? Interesting that home builders are sitting up near new all-time highs, but real estate is not, right? Very interesting diversion between, what's the word that I want? No, I can't think of what I want to say. Someone help me out. Divergence, that's the word I wanted. Sorry, thank you. Could not think of that word for a second. Really needed to go back into my mental dictionary. A little bit of divergence between home builders and real estate, but the two largest drivers of the U.S. economy, I'd have to say, are auto sales and home sales, right? And so XHB looking pretty solid right now. I know it's not having itself a day today, but there it is nonetheless. Carry's going to be your regional banks, right? I think that's regional banks. Yeah, regional banking index here. Way off lifetime highs. Also, again, there's that talk about the world was ending a couple of years ago at this point. I think it's a couple of years ago. Yeah, this is when Republic Bank or whatever collapsed and whatever happened. It was all over, take your money out, run on the banks and all that. Clearly that didn't happen. On an uptrend since then, is it sexy looking? Nope. Is it kind of in no man's land? Yep. Is it at an important level that we could see a breakout? Also, yep. Is it an important level that we see a failed breakout or come right back down? Also, yep. So, I'd be paying attention. Regional banks, they're an underlying economic driver of the economy. Those are your smaller banks that are doing your lendings, especially to, do a lot of business with smaller businesses, right? Your smaller electricians or plumbers or construction companies, people that want to open restaurants, retail stores, all those things like that. A lot of times they're going to their smaller regional banks for that kind of stuff. The healthier they are, the healthier the economy will be. All right, why not? Let's, nobody's chiming in anything. So let's pick on lithium ion battery technologies. I mean, this thing is just an absolute woodshed and then some. Weekly chart is horrible. Daily chart even worse, to be honest. Every single bounce has been met viciously by the sellers, and it just looks to be that way. So clearly nobody is a big believer of lithium ion technology. And when you see some people on TV, some of their talking heads talk about how bullish they are, electric batteries and stuff like that, I'd be questioning that, because if you've got some of your biggest players out there saying they're bullish that stuff, well, then why is this happening if they're so bullish on it? Why? Their money clearly isn't in it, right? It's not possible. That's not how it works, right? When people put money in things, especially the big players, they go this way, not that way. right? So that's that. That's why very cautious who you're listening to on TV. Price never lies. People do. Price does not go back and get revised. Everything else does. Just the way it goes. China, FXI, large cap China stocks. Look, I got pretty bullish here. When we did this move here, I got bullish China here, and it did that, and I said, whoa, that's a little too much, right? And we pull back. I said, all right, that's, I want to see a nice little pullback after such a run like that, right? Only it wasn't a pullback, right? It's continued to chop back sideways and lower again. So, for me to see an uptrend, this is very close to it. And had we bounced here or even maybe here with this multi-period low indicator, all right, yeah, we got ourselves an uptrend. But no, we started taking steps back down again. We got to stop stepping down and stepping up in order to be in an uptrend again. So still in a downtrend as far as that indicator is concerned. Someone may have a different time frame that they believe it is in an uptrend. A bit of a stretch, but so be it. Technology. Much like the Q, sold off more, didn't bounce as much. It is the heaviest weighting of everything out there, so it is without a question a cause to be concerned for the bulls. As technology goes, semiconductors go. As semiconductors go, technology goes. Which is the cart, which is the horse? You be the decider. I don't really care which one is, to be honest. It's a big deal. Again, semiconductors are one of the largest drivers of the market for a long time, to be honest. Not crazy. Again, these are the things that make me not crazy about being risk on. And like I said, it goes back to what I was saying, earlier on, that, for me, swing trading, I've closed some trades kind of early. They went on to make another day or two move before then pulling back or selling off or consolidating. So while I left money on the table on some, I didn't on others. And that's just the way it goes. And that's how I'll proceed for the time being. SOXX can be, same thing as the SMH. Look at that, the line even transposes that chart fairly accurately as well. So again, if you are a believer that tech is the end-all be-all to drive this market and that it is lagging here, you would be validated with those few charts that we just went over. And we'll call this last but not least, as far as the sectors go, Chinese internet stocks. That looks really, really bad. And when I say really, really bad, we'll just zoom out a little bit to just show how really, really bad that looks. That's really, really bad. I got a lot of lines on that chart. Holy mackerel. Let's get rid of these things. I do that. I draw lines and then I forget about them and save them. Come across them once in a while. And then I delete them and I forget to save again. Anywho, with that said, a run and a pullback and a consolidation. We come out of COVID and I mean, my goodness, right? But and then some, and just punishing the dip buyers every step of the way. Even on a weekly chart, this is still in a downtrend on a weekly chart. It's not as downtrending, but man, I don't think anybody could keep that velocity up, right? Without going bankrupt, which is an interesting thing to state here because we're talking about a country, not a stock, not a company. We're talking about a country. For whatever reason, investors are not putting money in China. And for those that say they are, they're either lying or they have very little money they're putting in there. And when someone says, well, how do you know? You show them this chart. You show them that chart and you show them this chart. And you say, does it look like people are investing money in China? Because that chart says they're not. It's really simple math. As simple as the math gets out there. There's no debate in this one here. So anyways, that's life around the market, right? Oh, my mic is on. With all that said, let's bring it on home, right? My mic is on, right? Yeah, it looks like it's on. when we started this session here at noon, we seem to have hit the session lows for the time being and gotten a bounce. Market trying to bounce into the VWAP right there, the SPY anyways. We'll see what happens. Certainly worth noting. I was looking at that, this is a weekly chart, Just really like this multi-period indicator here for that low. Really like that. Boy, wouldn't it be nice with all the nonsense that everybody's, well, I won't say everybody because I think some people enjoy election season, freaking psychopaths. But during this election season and what we know is seasonality, a weaker part in the third quarter, if we were to just kind of like bounce around on this and we get through the election without something really ridiculous happening, I feel like that would be really bullish personally. But I don't know. We'll see here. You got some people arguing out there that we're at the beginning of a bull run. Others were in the middle of it. Others that were. You have people out there that are telling you we're in a bear market right now. I mean, those people I generally try to mute and avoid at all costs because they're either delusional or they're just trolling everybody. Either way, they add nothing of value. I don't know if we're at the beginning of a bull run, the middle, or the end of a bull run. I just, that's without a question a bull run, right? We'll see.
Excuse me, we're in a bear market right now. Excuse me.
Barry, I know there's no way you could say that without a smile on your face.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. So many people. It's like they're almost wishing the market is going. You know what? There's one thing about saying, you know what? I feel we're in a bull market or a bear market, but there are too many people out there that I find they're just wishing that we're in a bear market. And I'm not talking about those who are saying, you know what, the market's due for a healthy pullback, gives us an opportunity to pick up some quality stocks at a lower price. It's not. That's not the feeling I get. I get the feeling that they're wishing for a bull market, and I think you know why.
I said it many times before. Like, look, don't they have family that have money in the market, 401ks, retirement funds, parents, uncles, aunts, whatever? Like, why would you wish people? That's wishing people to lose money. Like, why would you do that? That's a mental illness as far as I'm concerned. But anyways, that's another tour. That's another story for another time.
Yes, it is. Next Monday. It's the story for next Monday.
Very good. I hope you were able to get everything done you needed.
Yeah, I was. I did a reboot of my system and all that. So, okay, Chris. Well, it's now 1:00 Eastern, so I'll let you go. And as always, thanks for spelling me. And we'll see you next week.
I thank you kindly, and thank you, everyone. Take care, everybody. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, I think I have to share my screen. Just give me a moment. There we go. Okay, guys, I think I'm back in both rooms now. I think I'm back in both rooms right now. Just have to, QXO. I'm just noticing here had a nice break right there. I mean, that's a beauty. 450, 50-cent move. Well, I mentioned Guts a while back, and what the heck is it doing? Guts is still, hanging around the area. GUTS. Oh, thank you, Mike. Yeah, I was muted. All right, guys. Oh, this is a real cheap one. Okay, under $1. NDRA. I know some of you. I think I've read some comments about NDRA. Now this one, Unity. Take a look at Unity. Ah, just made a low right here. 17 could be the a support area for Unity. A lot of volume just came in. All right. Well, let's take a look at BYU. Not a lot of volume. 250,000 shares. The high a couple of weeks or last week was 414. So it got up to what did it get up to today? Got up to 410. Just not great look. I mean, just spotty. I think it's because it got halted a few times. Or that's why we're seeing these little gaps on the 3-minute chart. Yeah, GDC has been, I mean, listen, pretty steady, I suppose, compared to a lot of stocks today. Look at the 5-minute chart. Basically, obviously the trend is up. Ooh, actually had on that scan. I wonder if it showed up on that scan because we had the orange. We had only one bar between it and the blue. So you would have had an alert at around 569. So that was a good one. Okay, let me see if that actually would have been at 118. All right, got to figure out why that didn't show up. I don't see it showing up on in the scan. Am I surprised Mira didn't do better because of the press release? Is that the reason you're asking? Yeah, I mean, it's still up 14%, but you're right. I mean, it's pulled back a lot. I mean, the high was 274. It has pulled back. Maybe tomorrow it'll, maybe the one of these ones in which we might have a delayed reaction tomorrow. But nothing surprises me. I mean, sure, I read the news. What I really wanted to know though is what phase this was. Was it phase one? Well, it's a recent preclinical study. Okay, preclinical. So it's not even. I mean, so that's probably the reason. It's only a preclinical study. Yeah, I don't know what you would have to look to see. Okay, let's see if we can find any. So that on that day, what was the news on the 22nd? Let's see if we can find it if we have it here. Yeah, so that was on the 19th. Okay, so a little bit ahead, showing significant progress and announces final phase of regulatory work, et cetera, et cetera. That was on the 19th. That looks like it was after hours on the 19th. So that could have been like a Friday. Probably it was a Friday afternoon after the market had closed. So there's Monday morning. Yeah, I mean, we may have more continuation tomorrow. I mean, it's still up. It's a low enough float that I mean, if there is some continuation tomorrow, could have a pop. But yeah, I mean, as we speak, though, yeah, not definitely just not a lot of interest. It's that simple. All right, with the QXO, where could it go? I mean, it's hanging around the 14 level, and so right, so it is hanging around the 15 level, which I do believe is above all the highs here on the daily chart. I think last week's high or Friday's high was 1460. No, I'm wrong. I am wrong. It's hard to see. 1561 is a high. Yeah, I think 1561. 1561 is the next high looking left on the daily. There we go. That would be it right there. Or 1568. 1561. All right. Well, I'll stick an alert right up in that area and see if it takes it out maybe tomorrow or sometime this week because obviously it's got a ton of room. All right, guys. So the last time I looked, the Dow was also negative. So Dow was a little positive. Nas has been basically negative all day. SPY is still down. Wow. Okay, guys. 119. Gonna go over my homepage one last time. The promo code is in my homepage now, so I don't have to. So I don't have to post it. All right. So clicking on my homepage link. So there's a promo code you can use. Okay, you get 25% off. Battle 25 off for 25% off. First month only, or the entire year. Treated as a subscription. And as always, please use my code that you see on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the rooms free. There's the get started. That's the first thing you should do once you take out a subscription. You can look at it now, okay? But definitely when you take out a subscription, the first thing you should do 10 short videos, download and install for a startup and login. Move down here, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. New to trading, we have got a series of videos for you. Trading 101, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It is free. And also the trade of the week is also free. How is it doing? Trade of the week is the XAI trade of the week, and it has not triggered. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is daily. Sorry, daily chart. I don't think it's triggered. There's the high. High of the day was 259. So yeah, the trigger is 262. Okay. So how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. But the trigger was 262. It did not hit it. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And again, here are my scans. If you're looking for some scans from me, here they are. So click on my homepage link, scroll down until you get to the scan section. This is a race that I am displaying, okay? But I am sharing two more races. I don't have them displayed today. And let's see what else I have. The Halts Resumes is over here. Of course, I had to do a reboot a couple of times, guys, so you're not seeing this was super active. Halts Resumes, Momentum Scan, another one that is very active. And Upside Movers versus Downside Movers is here. So, Peter, I am not a MACD person at all, okay? So, to be honest, I don't know what I mean, if you go to, let's take a look at the definition, because I think it'll say, but I'm not a MACD person at all. You probably better, you can go to Google and if I can't, so let's just see what it says. Help. See if there's any. So right here, okay. I mean, Peter, if you clicked on You say you've added it to the chart, but why don't you just click and go to an alert window? Okay. Well, let me start again because there's a pretty, it's all laid out here. Okay. It's all laid out right here. So all you have to do then is go right click on an alert window, click on configure, and just gotta wait for it to show up. Oh, that's what happens. I keep forgetting. When I go to the help, this is what happens to me. Okay. Just gotta wait for this to turn green and then okay, so again, if you right click on an alert window and then click on configure and then click on search, type in MACD. It doesn't matter which one you pick. Okay. Pick the first one, the 5 minute. Now click on the help. Okay. So when you do that, you're going to get all the information that we have, okay, on it. Okay. But I don't use it, but this is the information that is here. Here's how traders interpret and use a MACD. When the MACD line crosses above the signal line, it generates a bullish signal, suggesting potential upward movement. Okay, and obviously if it crosses down below, a bearish signal. But you just read through this. This is I cannot expand on anything that is here. Otherwise, I don't have any special insight. I don't use the MACD. Okay. And I think I accidentally got rid of the room. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Sorry about that. I accidentally closed down the tab that had all that stuff in it. Well, guys, I mean, again, what time is it now? I don't even know if I'll stick around to 2:30. When something really dramatic starts happening. Pepe's going, you got a red ball. All right. Well, here's BYU halted on the way up. How's that writer doing? RITR. That was a big one earlier on in the day. Now, my question to you, Peter, in our YouTube room is why did you add the MACD to your charts? Normally, when people add an indicator of some sort, it's because they've seen something somewhere that suggests, well, here's why you should add it. Well, guys, okay, I'm not getting any new alerts. The races, I'm starting to see some things in the races, but I'm just not getting any new real-time alerts. All right, let's see where BYU opened and did not pop above the 451, not yet anyway. Boy, that's why you have a stop, guys. You do not get stubborn. Look at the MNTS now. I mean, could have said many times, it'll come back. It'll come back. It'll come back. Just broke under a dollar, MNTS. All right, guys. Well, another, okay, I guess a leg down again. A leg down again. This looked interesting up here, but now another leg down again. Notice, remember what I was saying? I was saying that if the next bar turned blue, that might be a good idea to go long. Well, look what happened. We had orange, it went cyan, not blue, and then it just reversed. Looking at a 5-minute SPY chart. Okay. Wow. Now this one, wish I'd seen this one. Did this one show up? Figs show up? No, it wouldn't show up. 0.48 in the relative volume. But you can see right there, orange directly to deep purple and opportunity. Well, but I mean, it hasn't moved much, but at least it's moving down from the pattern setup. So amazed that even though I've done a reboot of this scan or the compare count several times, it's still overwhelmingly, the ones that are making it through are positive. 74% are above, 74% positive versus 26% negative, even though the market has been basically negative all day. Let me just, I want to see what this one, I can't remember what this one. So maybe that's it. I've got a price range of 50 cents to $30. So I bet you if I expanded it to, 100, it would look a lot different. And this is 2 and 30. Yeah. So possible that, yeah, if I expanded that price range, it'd probably be a lot better. Or not, I just shouldn't say better. Not that this is bad. It's just that I'm surprised that there are just so many that are basically green as opposed to a red. So when you say dump the market, you mean for the next week, FinFan, or today, or this month? I mean, look, we've so many of people out there think they don't understand how the market can be this high. How it could have recovered from the 500 right up to 560. Okay, so the scan just picked up con. Okay, CON, and the alert would have been right here at 2365. But there could be a lot of resistance between that current price and 25, 24. That is the problem. Though it's what? It's basically, I mean, obviously this is a lifetime high. Right up here, 23, is that right? 2381. Looks like that is the lifetime high for this stock. It's not that far away. And that is a CON. Krispy Kreme, DNUT, donut. What is it doing? Donut is nice little pop. Some volume coming in also. Volume coming in to Krispy Kreme, DNUT. I don't see any specific reason for donut being up today. The next high looking left is 1126. It looks like so. It's got no. It doesn't have room. 8 cents. That's nothing. It looks like that's the high. That's the high of last week. Yeah, I mean, again, just look left. To me, there's just too much area, too many areas where it could just stall. Okay, well, there's an oops. Here we go. Okay, so the SPY now is making a new low now for the day. So that looked, it looked interesting right there that it might recover a bit, but not now. All right, let's see if this CMPS underneath 8 had that pattern, orange to deep purple. It is at the low there. There's a little low there at 792. If we can get through that, it might have some room, but I'm not accidentally muted, Blaine. I have nothing to say. How's that? I'm waiting on this comps. I'm in it. I want to see if it has any sort of a like. I'm just. This is another test of this scan. Watching the market. Whoops. Watching the market drop. Can this drop a little bit with it? There could be some support there, 792. But so I'm in this one on a short on the CMPS. A little bit below the VWAP. VWAP is 801, so it's a little bit below the VWAP. There's plenty of volume, but man, oh man, some of these things, they just don't get the alert and they just don't want to move very much. Well, I'm going to give this a couple of pennies, you know, this CNPS, a couple of pennies. But I am definitely what is called now scalp mode, not looking. It's not that I'm not looking. I want to have a bigger run, of course, but I'm not expecting it. So I'm just kind of taking things. If I make a little on something, I'll take some profit. I'm just not seeing big continuation, even on the short, neither on the short side nor the long side for the stuff that I'm looking at. All right, where's where I shorted it again? CMPS. It's right where I shorted it again. So all right, now this has room. Okay, ASB has room. Okay, so this has room. So the alert would have happened right there, 2268. No, it hasn't moved that much. But what I like about it potentially is look at the room it's got. 2169 is the next low looking left. Excuse me. All right. Well, let's see if this one can have a bit of a leg down. I mean, it looks extended, but it's not really. It's only 6 cents. So it's all about now that low there. It's about $1 away, and it's underneath the VWAP. If the market continues down, possible that this ASB will continue down. I mean, the volume's okay, a million shares. It's a big float, but it is trading almost 2 times normal up to this time of day. So, hey, we'll see. Well, a tell trader, all I mean, is just looking at the indicators and combining them all and creating the pattern, the color. So, let me take a look at what you're talking about. Well, yeah, that's because, remember now, this had an insane drop from 78 down to, according to the chart anyway, somebody said there's a dividend or, so I mean, if that's what you're talking about, like, why isn't this, well, it's looking at, previous days. This day, of course, is the brutal day and it hasn't overcome that in order to change color, I guess. Because it looks back. It's looking back at the trend. And the trend still is terrible, even though, I mean, the trend since the absolute bottom is good, but it also looks up here. I don't know what it would take for it to turn, even pink. I don't know what it would take. Same on the weekly, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't, it would have to fill the gap even more, obviously. I mean, the gap is up here still, 78. But again, somebody has to explain to me somebody said there was a dividend or because I just don't quite understand what happened. Oh, 2 o'clock. Okay. I'm sure, no more than half an hour, unless something amazing happens. And unfortunately, I say William is still under the weather, really hoping he's going to get better. So once I leave, the rooms have to close. So, Well, CMPS is putting me to sleep. I think I'll just dump it. I just don't see that it's right where I shorted it, so I'm just going to get out of it. Well, man, this is why I wish we had the contest again. At least that was a little bit exciting to talk about that. I just don't have anything really to talk about. All right. Well, maybe RITR could have a bit of a late day. Maybe if it gets up to 560 or something. It almost got up to $7. This is the China IPO from Friday with about a couple of million. The IPO was priced at around 4, so it did have a pop earlier this morning. Came right back down though. Homelander, don't laser me, okay? Yeah, they're all available on my homepage. They're not available in the trade ideas menu. No, they're all my scans, okay? So consider, yeah. And that's something he would say, and then he zaps you. So if you go to my homepage link that I just put in there and just scroll down, okay, scroll down, middle section. So here they are. Okay, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, there's the one race that I'm displaying. I have a couple of the races that I'm sharing. I'm not displaying. The Halts resumes. Again, it was full, but I've done a couple of reboots of trade ideas, so lost all the original ones. Halts resumes is there. Momentum is there. And then this upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay. So those are the ones that you can actually see, but I do have others that I'm sharing that you can take a look at. I don't have them up and running. I don't have, but I've created a lot of different scans. I might have, you might be somebody who likes to see bouncers and toppers. Stocks that have maybe topped out and ready to fall. Stocks that have maybe bounce or due to bounce. So that's why I've got this one, bouncers and toppers. I have a 32-inch monitor. I want to say 32. I don't think it's 34. It's high definite or 4K, especially in our YouTube room. What size of a monitor do I have? Three. I have three of them. Okay, guys, I got myself out of the ASB also, just not seeing any continuation. So took a minuscule loss on that one. I will say it's a 32. It's definitely 32. I just brought out my trusty tape measure, measured the diagonal, so it's about 32 inches. Pretty reliable also, I think I've had these three monitors for, I don't know, 6 years anyway, maybe 7. The only issue I had, I knew Pepe would chime in. Yeah, I just measured it. It is 32. The only issue I have in one of the monitors is a little line that's going across, but it's no big deal. It hasn't gotten bigger. It doesn't disrupt. It's a Samsung, Jordy. It's a Samsung. Just stab it with a hammer. No, it is not possible, Homelander. I mean, oh, okay. Let's see. Maybe I get back into this one. No, there's no what I call a central repository of scans that all of our customers have got. No. Now, the other traders that show up in our YouTube room, they have their own. They have scans also. So you might want to head over. You might have missed it today, but between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over from in our YouTube room, and we all had different trading styles, and they all have their own scans. But no, it's impossible. There are thousands upon thousands of scans that have been created since the company started in 2003. So the bottom line is there was no central. There's no bank of scans. Well, maybe ASB will give me something. I'm out of it, but I don't know. I'll have to see if I want to get back into it. Well, and it's only because when I'm looking left, I see some room. Now you'd be surprised, Homelander. People create their own scans, and they're pretty protective about them. The other thing too is that unless they are accompanied by some kind of explanation about what the scan is all about, all you'd have is like thousands upon thousands of links. So I mean, they would never ever be organized. They would never be organized like this. There'd just be link after link after link after link, even if there were available. What I've done is I've tried to give them names that kind of make sense, but people don't. Anyway, the bottom line is no. There's no. Every now and then, somebody in the room, though, in this room, in this room, because you can't post links in YouTube, will say, "Hey, I've got a pretty good scan that's working," and they're willing to share it. Now, there are some scans here that you could take a look at. I think these were developed a long time ago. So if you click on new and say alert window, and you see where it says strategies, click on strategy. So these were a bunch of boilerplates that were created a long, long time ago. You can take a look at them. So if you click the little, say you want bullish strategies, click on the plus sign, and you can see there are a bunch here. Okay. And if you click on one of them, you'll see what it's looking for, what the filters are. Okay. So these are some here. And then of course the reverse would be the bear strategies. They're just the reversals of the bullish, but they're here too. Neutral, I don't even know what they are. Okay, but you can take a look at that also, I suppose. Yeah, it's here. It's here. It's actually part of the yeah, Michael Noss at Trade. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow. He was able to create it. My problem right now with it is that we're not getting a lot of follow through. The scan is working in terms of finding the pattern. So here's the pattern ASB. We want to see a pattern in which in which the bar was orange, and then it goes immediately into the deep purple, or only one. Where's the pink? Only one pink in between. Okay, so and looking at a 3-minute chart. So the pattern is fine. I mean, the scan is finding the pattern again. Orange to deep purple, or orange and then pink and then deep purple. In other words, only one pink bar in between. So it is finding the scans, or if it's finding the pattern. I'm just not finding that we're getting tremendous follow through. Doesn't mean we're gonna scrap it. We're just finding that we're just like this. I mean, look how it's just kind of chopping around. So you need to have a subscription though to Go No Go. Now, before you do anything like that, just click on new and then click on the dock channel bar. Okay. And then you see where it says Go No Go charts. Click on that, and you should get a pop up somewhere. Usually pops up on the same screen. So this is the idea behind it. So here's a couple of videos. Here's some text, which explains what the color transitions are looking for. Not that particular scan, okay, but just in general. So you can take a look at all this. So before you even would consider getting this as an add-on, you should watch the videos. And if you decide you do want to try it, Well, it is a $50 a month add-on. You can get 25% off the first month using my code. And if if it works out for you, then great, you can continue. If not, you just unsubscribe. These are all these scans here. Now, the value added for us is creating the scans. Like so, there's only one intraday scan, and that's that one that I was just showing you, the Go Momo. Okay, that is one intraday scan, and then these are all daily scans. So new Go stocks on the daily, and so these are suggestions to go long, and these are suggestions to go short. So these are scans that have been created. What broker am I using? Retired Fido. I'm using and for going strong now. I think it'll be in my ninth year in January. Interactive Brokers. Question, YouTube room. What broker do I use? So I think, for instance, in this strengthening on the daily, I think not 100%, but I think the candle you should be seeing would something that is an uptrend and then a blue. So we have an uptrend and then blue. Yeah, this one to me was way too choppy, but you should be seeing a blue bar in any of these scans, the strengthening ones. This looks like a little more like a trend. And again, this is the typical transition. Orange means don't take the trade. They're basically saying, well, you know what? We don't see an advantage one way or the other, either going long or going short. I know Pepe has a different way of explaining, but okay, but that's how I like to explain it. Just stay out of the trade. We don't see a big advantage one way or the other. Then you get the transition to the cyan, I call it green, light green. So now what it's telling you is saying, okay, we're out of this area here that's saying we don't see a big advantage going short or long. But now they're saying now we're starting to see a bit of a strengthening in the trend, a strengthening in the trend. And then when you get to the blue, this is again suggesting, okay, we now really think we've got a trend going. Now, does it mean that it's going to keep going high? Of course not. But that's what this means. And then the reverse, hard to see, hard to see. But if you can kind of see in the FLNC where the N is, there is an orange bar there, and then pink, and then deep purple. So this is the same idea, except the reverse. Orange, don't take the trade. We don't see an advantage. Pink, okay, we're starting to see an advantage in shorting. Deep purple, all right, we are now definitely seeing an advantage to shorting. Okay, that's the idea behind the go no go. And you can kind of see exactly what happened with the PDD. Okay, we had an uptrend, pausing. And then today we're getting this little transition. Okay, yeah, Chow Trader. So to get this one here, okay, to get this Go Momo 3 minutes, you just have to go to new on the toolbar. Scroll down until you see Market Explorer window. Click on that. This will pop up. Now right click on it. Hover over select strategy, and then a box will pop up. These are all the Market Explorer strategies that Michael has created over the last few years. And then here's Go No Go right there. So these six here are the ones that are in the channel. Okay, in the Go No Go channel, and then this one right there. This is it right here for intraday. And I can verify that it's working. It is working. I think it's working 100% in terms of finding the pattern. Okay, I've not seen one that does not match the pattern or meet the criteria. Yeah, it's 3 minutes. It is 3 minutes. Yes. What do you mean? So it's not the 3 minute. This is the 3 minute. There's only one. There's only one intraday scan. Well, no, I said that the ones that you see in the channel are all the daily ones in the channel. Okay, these scans here, these are all the daily ones. But these are the ones here. So these ones right there. Okay, these ones right there. The 6 right there. These are these ones, 3 and 3. But the Go Momo 3 minute is the one I thought you were looking at wanting. Okay. Okay. Now, interestingly, is take a look at CMPS. Now, you can use the scan, of course. I mean, I'm using the scan. I'm finding though that we're not getting a lot of continuation. We're still, we are still testing to see what filters we should be using, what relative volume we should be using. How much do we want to limit the number of alerts you get during the day, even a price range. But look at comps now. CMPS. Let me get CMPS. So I don't know if this showed up, to be honest, because that's the transition you're looking for. Because that went from orange directly to the blue. Now it may have to close. Okay, it probably has to close because this is blue now. But what if it gave it all up? What if it just sold off? Then it wouldn't be blue anymore. So what time is it now? It is now 2:26. So this started, this one is the 2:24. So 2:27 for this to close. And so this is what I'm doing with Michael also. Sometimes if, you know, if I see, you see, look what happened. See exactly what happened. It's not blue anymore. So that's why it's not showing up. It did not, well, it's got to wait for it to close. And it did not close. Yeah, so it did not close blue. That doesn't mean you can't take this trade, okay? If it eventually goes blue. Now, here we go. Remember what the scan will do. It'll look for orange and then no more than one bar between the orange and the blue. So if this can remain blue here, it should show up on the scan. Now look what happened on a 5 though. So that went orange right to blue. Okay. And so the alert, if we were using this on a 5-minute chart, like the scan on a 5-minute chart, you would have had the alert at around 8:13. Why I have the 5 also with the 2, with the 3, is a little bit of confirmation. Okay. Trying to get a little bit of confirmation. So I think what's happening, it is seeing this blue now. Sometimes this is what I am noticing, that it doesn't have to absolutely close. Even though I said it had to close here, which I don't actually mind if it shows it even before the bar, because then you can kind of watch it. You know, you can kind of watch it to see, okay, will it actually close? And this will close at 2:30, I believe. Yeah, this so that 3-minute candle has another 45 seconds or so before it closes. So let's see if this actually remains blue. Now, OBLG just triggered here. You know what, guys? I mean, it just got halted, didn't it? It just got halted. I'm sorry, it is not halted. I'm sorry, I thought it was halted. OBLG is not halted. So this could be the one that has an end of day run. You know, it's got that room on the weekly chart to 5. All right, guys, it is now 2:30. So, you know, I am planning to bail, but I'll always hang around if there's some questions. So if you have any questions, a great time to ask and see if I can help. So I'll hang around for another minute or so to see if anybody wants to post a question. Otherwise, I am going to take off. And unfortunately, I hope that William's okay. Seriously. Okay, well, there we go. There's an alert now. There is an official alert for CMPS. We had one on the downside, and now we've got one on the upside. So this is what I'm talking about. We had the alert at 8:17, and it's typically the low, or sorry, the close of the candle, which is right where it was, 8:17. And as always, the reason why I liked it on the downside is because it had room to go on the downside. But now on the upside, it has this room, 962. That's on a monthly chart. And meanwhile, the market is well putting a little bit of a pop here, guys. I'm going to have to put my alert back up in this area. See if the SPY takes that out. All right, guys, I do not see any questions. So I think I'm going to pack it in today. So again, thanks for all the help. So it was, for me anyway, sorry, it was kind of a boring day, but tomorrow's another day. We'll have to see what happens. So I get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time, but the main room is usually open, I will say about 7:30. Chris has been opening at around 7:30. Okay. So you can head into the main room. I won't get on the mic until 8, but sorry, 9. But there's still plenty of traders that start showing up early. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And I've got to shut down both rooms. So I'll shut down our YouTube room first.